territory. I don't know. Here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll tell you. Georgia Tech needs to pass the ball here. Haynes King has been dominating this game with his legs. Let's see. He has in this game 101 rushing yards on 24 carries and a rushing touchdown. He's been efficient passing the ball, 19 to 27 for 216. This has to be, though, because you have no timeouts, you're not in field goal range, you have to throw the ball. They're running the ball. Haynes King gets stuffed. That might be the last play. They're going to try. Oh, boy, this is going to be. Here we go. Clock's running. They're doing the fire drill where they're rushing out the kicker. There's no time left. We're at 8 seconds. This is going to be, let's see, an official. Looks like it'd be a 55-yarder. 55-yarder for the game. 21-21. Georgia Tech. Can he be the hero? Oh, he got it. He got it. Oh my God. 55 yards at the gun. Aiden Burr. Who said college kickers? Oh my. That went from disastrous to heroic in the span of 15 seconds. So 3rd and 4, they decided to run Haynes King again. He got 2 yards and was stuffed. As a reminder, the career long for Adam Burr was 51 yards. He got to the 37-yard line. If that, Haynes King, not even. He barely got back to the line of scrimmage. And which set up a 55-yarder with, by the way, again, no time left. There was I think it was 20 seconds left when I told you that they're about to run this play. No timeout, so he got stuffed. It was fire drill. Offense is running on. Field goal unit or offense is running off. Field goal unit is running on. Again, we're talking about college kickers here to execute under pressure with the clock running to drill a 55-yarder. That, by the way, that 55-yarder hit the kicking net. He had another 5. He may have had another 10 yards. That could have been good from 65 yards. What a leg by Burr. What a kick. What a game. And Clemson goes down to Georgia Tech. 24-21. Wow. What a game. The fans have stormed the field. It was a whiteout at Bobby Dodd Stadium. This is a hell of a scene right now. Haynes King and Brent Key are just right now in the middle of this chaos getting interviewed on ESPN. This is what makes college football just amazing. Games like this, atmospheres like this, and Brent Key does it again. He is now 7-1 against ranked ACC opponents. What a kick. They're just showing the replay angle from behind the goalpost. That had at least another 8 to 10 yards on it. That thing would have been good from 65, no doubt about it. And was curling, and it curled right through the middle. What a kick. Wow. And it wasn't, by the way, it was not like Georgia Tech played the game of their lives. I thought their play calling in the first drive of the game near the goal line when they went right down the field and got stuffed on a 4th down at the 4-yard line, I thought they gave away an opportunity there to put points on the board. They had a 4th and 1 where they tried to get cute and have a tight end take a quarterback sneak. He fumbled the snap, and they got stuffed. There was a few opportunities here where Georgia Tech, especially offensive, I thought gave Clemson life, and the Tigers could not take advantage. So here's what this means. Let's talk a few things here. What does it mean? We just saw an outstanding game. Big time upset. Down goes number 12 Clemson. They're 1-2 on the season. By the way, should not be ranked. Should not be ranked. When these AP poll ratings come out, they should go from 12 to out. And that's not a shot at Georgia Tech. That's just right now a shot at how bad Clemson's playing. But a few things here. Let's look at it from Clemson's perspective first. Again, here's what we can definitively say. Their national title hopes are dead. D-E-A-D, dead. Clemson, team that was a top 5 team in the preseason. Team that I picked to go to the national title game this year. With Cade Klubnik back, who was my pick to win the Heisman Trophy. That looks horrible, by the way. With the receivers back, with an offense. Like, this was supposed to be the Clemson that we saw In 2016 with Deshaun Watson. In 2018 with Trevor Lawrence. This 2025 team was supposed to look like the team that some of the teams that we saw Dabo Swinney have that ran college football, that Alabama was afraid of, that Georgia could not touch, that no one could touch. This was supposed to be a team like that. And now we're sitting here talking about them being 1-2 with a bad loss at home. Look, I get they're a top 10 team and now they're ranked number 3 in the country, LSU. But with how that game started, with how LSU played far from perfect, at home, halftime with the lead, and you don't finish that job off, then to fall 16-0 at one point down to Troy last week before coming back and needing a ferocious second half comeback to win, and now losing this game at Georgia Tech, Clemson's national title hopes are dashed for 2025. No doubt about it. Their playoff hopes are in serious jeopardy. And I think going forward, you cannot ever again, as long as Dabo Swinney's the head coach, call Clemson a national title contending team. It took 3 games to undo all of the praise, all of the hype that they had coming to this year about Clemson is back. This team's going to be different. 3 games and all that hype is out the window. See you later. And even, you know what? Dabo himself said it this week. You know what? I'm going to live program the show here. Billy, can you do me a favor? In the Only folder, we have a Dabo Swinney cut. I apologize for doing this. Just popped in my mind. And I want to, if possible, have you, the audience, listen to it. Billy has.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
You earn the right to be a part of this program. You earn a right to be a pirate.
We want to play and coach with our chin out over our toes, and the expectation is we want everything.
Yeah, I feel like Pirate Nation expect what they've been expecting, man. Hard-nosed football defense, flying around and hitting people.
And the Pirate Nation, there's nobody better. The Pirate Nation comes out and they bleed that purple for us. They instill that pirate pride in this whole eastern part of this state. And they're making people take notice, the Pirate Nation. They're making the purple and gold the most feared colors on the East Coast. And that's what we got to do. When East Carolina comes into town, or they come to town to play East Carolina, they're going to do one thing. They're going to play a physical football game.
Come support us. And we're going to play our hearts out for y'all.
Pirate Nation, man, I can't wait to see y'all in Dowdy, man. I can't wait. We're ready. We're coming.
Honestly, I don't give a shit about anything. We're just trying to go in.
Get ready. It's going to be fun. Hold on to your hats.
I'm a legend, I'm a legend, I'm a legend, I'm a legend. I'm always number 1, never second. I'm always rising up, all ascension.
Hauser, deep pass. Yannick Smith brings it in for the touchdown. Hauser heaves it. That's caught in stride. Anthony Smith has a touchdown.
Hauser has the first down and more. Touchdown, ECU. Harris breaks free, has the first down, makes a man miss. It's a foot race. Rajay Harris, 86-yard touchdown.
Third down, Hauser with some time. Guns it deep and a wide open man for the touchdown, and it's Anthony Smith.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate Show. The Pirate Radio sports team will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews from other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. The Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
Today, I'm going to let Matt Kiger from the Chili Water Chat Gang on Pirate Radio TV do the intro. He says Clemson, Georgia Tech was great. Bud Light pregame tailgate and Georgia, Tennessee up till the ECU kickoff. What a Saturday. And he's right. Where would you rather be than right here, right now? We're watching football. We're talking football. And we're 4 hours away from East Carolina trying to get to 2-1 on the 2025 season as the Pirates take on the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. Good afternoon, everyone, or as Nick would say, good morning. Welcome in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We are locked and loaded for another great show for you today, giving you all the info you need to know heading into ECU Coastal and talking and checking in on scores, doing all things football along the way. Coming up in hour number 1, we'll get a live check-in, one of our many live check-ins to Conway out on the Turner home team live line. Brian Bailey will join us with his thoughts on this game. We'll hear what the head coach of the Pirates, Blake Herrell, had to say. And DG, David Glenn, will join us to talk ECU Coastal. And what does this loss mean for Clemson? What does the win mean for Georgia Tech? We'll look at what's going on in the ACC and across college football. Hour 2, our first tailgate check-in with Chandler Honeyut. We'll hear from Marlon Gun and J.D. Lampley. Also, Chris Bergen, play-by-play voice of the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers, gives his thoughts on the game. Also, the Papa John's Pirate Preview with Brian Bailey. Hour 3, a tailgate check-in with Jared Watkins, also known as J-Bone. Zack Kaplan, who said that, will also join us on the program live from Conway. We'll check in with the quarterback, Holton Naylor, and Sam Wiederhoff, who will be on the call on ESPN Plus for Coastal Carolina. Joined Brian Bailey earlier this week. We'll hear what he had to say about this matchup. And in hour number 4, another check-in with Chan Man. Gambling Talk with Jeff Nadeau. Brian North joins us. And who knows what else. We might see if we can go out to Touchdown Jesus and talk to Greg Hudson. He's going to be checking out Texas A&M Notre Dame coming up tonight. It is an awesome college football Saturday, and we are happy to have you along with us for the next 4 hours on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Clip Brock, Shirley Rhodes, Nick, Avery, and the crew holding down the fort here. Jenny, Jared, Chandler, and a ton of Pirate fans holding it down in Conway. We'll pop the top on the Week 3 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate next.
Thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The price is always right at Doug Henry of Greenville. Doug Henry of Greenville has over 300 vehicles to choose from and brand new inventory arriving daily. Back to school means everything from moving the kids around or traveling to see your favorite team play. Doug Henry has the best prices around and savings for your next dream car. You're sure to walk out a happy customer. Doug Henry is easy to find right on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Memorial Drive, and always online at DougHenryGreenville.com.
At Tiebreakers, we pride ourselves on serving
big, juicy wings.
I'm talking
big and juicy.
Our chickens are the same ones that kick sand in the other chickens' faces. If our chickens played football, they'd be linebackers. The competition's chickens, they'd be
skinny little kickers.
Trade those kickers in for linebackers. Join us today for
big, juicy wings.
All season long at Tiebreakers.
Tiebreakers, with 2 locations in Greenville and on Railroad Street in Winterville.
When it comes to protecting your home, don't gamble with just any roofer. Trust the pros at the Boone Group Roofing. Locally owned by Toot Boone, they've been serving all of Eastern North Carolina with honest, high-quality roofing you can count on. They offer no money down, and every job is backed by a 5-year workmanship warranty, because your roof should be done right the first time. Don't wait. Call today at 252-714-0021 for a roof that's built to last and service you can trust. The Boone Group Roofing is on top of their game.
The Toot Boone Boogie.
Ahoy, Pirate Nation. It's game day, and there's only one place to go to gear up, UBE. Whether you're tailgating, storming the stadium, or watching the Pirates play from the couch, do it the Pirate way with UBE. We've got the latest and greatest tees, jerseys, and hats from Adidas, Champion, and Lululemon. Don't forget UBE game day buttons, available free to the first 500 customers on game day. Set your course for University Book Exchange or shop 24/7 at pirateware.com.
Pirate Nation, your dream home starts with Unshakable Builders. Now building in Sutherland Estates in Greenville and Dolostone Court in Wilson, with homes available now. And stay tuned, Cross Creek Townhomes in Greenville and Whitaker Glen in Farmville are coming soon. Browse available homes, explore floor plans, and see past projects today at unshakablebuilders.com. Have questions? Use live chat, fill out the contact form, or call the office at 814-9105. Unshakable Builders, build on a solid foundation.
Hey Pirate Nation, are you in the market for a member-focused local credit union or making a switch from your existing one? Then explore First Flight Credit Union with branches across eastern North Carolina where all residents are membership eligible. First Flight members experience in-person service, competitive savings, and loan rates. Everything from automobile, boat, and home loans, First Flight has you covered. First Flight is more than just a branch. They're on a mission to take better care of our community. Stop by one of their local branches today or visit efirstflight.com. First Flight is insured by the NCUA and an equal housing lender.
East Carolina Chrysler Dodge Jeep in Greenville is the place to find your next pre-owned vehicle. From high-end SUVs to trucks to cars, starting at just $99.95. There's no better place to find quality pre-owned trucks and SUVs than East Carolina Chrysler Dodge Jeep. Pre-owned inventory with a factory-certified 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty.
Go to ecauto.com.
East Carolina Chrysler Dodge Jeep, across from the Cockerell in Greenville. Come see us!
Your quality pre-owned selection is at East Carolina Chrysler Dodge Jeep.
This is Tyler Sneed, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
All right, welcome back in to Hour 1 Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Just saw Georgia Tech walk off Clemson. Got Georgia, Tennessee coming up. Shirley Rhodes and crew will let you know what's going on with all the college football scores throughout this busy college football Saturday. Beautiful day in Greenville, North Carolina. We'll see what it looks like down in Conway as we head out to the Turner Home Team live line. Turner Home Team is looking to buy your house. If you want to sell your house without making any repairs and sell it fast, the Turner Home Team is looking to buy. They buy houses as is. Justin and his team can provide you with a fast cash offer for your house today. Give them a call, 525-4780. BB, Brian Bailey joins us down in Conway. Hello, Brian. How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Doing good. Bailey is a sports guy, but let's put on the weather jacket for a moment. What kind of weather are we looking at today, Bailey?
Well, Andrew Bays just came over from the team hotel and said that it was raining a little bit over the team hotel. Pirates haven't, got on the buses yet to come over to the stadium. We're not at the stadium yet either, but where we're at right here in Conway, it's mostly cloudy, but doesn't look too bad. I think there is some weather offshore, and hopefully it'll stay, offshore, and we won't have any problems tonight. But there's always a question mark when you have a night game like this.
Bailey, most important question, did you find a sports bar?
Yeah, well, I put Zach in charge again. The last time he was in charge of finding us something to eat, we were eating, brisket inside of a gas station.
Do they have TVs at the Shell stations down there?
No. This time we're at Tanji's Schmack House, and Schmack is spelled S-H-M-A-C-K. Tanji's Schmack House here in Conway, South Carolina. We watched the Georgia Tech Clemson. That was great watching that game. We've watched some other games too, and we're getting ready to pack up and head over to the stadium.
Good deal, good deal. All right, Bailey, 2-1 is the goal now as East Carolina took care of business last week. We've both talked to guys calling the game for the Coastal side. You talked to the ESPN Plus guy, I talked to the radio guy. So hearing the Coastal perspective, and we didn't need them to say it, you can just look at the box scores. They have been pitiful on offense. Signs pointing to maybe a quarterback change today, Bailey. They're looking for a spark, and at some point they're going to wake up. We just hope it's not today. But, man, they have been pretty rough on that offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, they really have, and they ran into a buzzsaw in playing Virginia. The Cavaliers just rolled all over them, and then they came back home, and they were big favorites in that Charleston Southern game, and they struggled. It was 3-0, I think, to start the fourth quarter. They ended up winning 13-0, but they didn't admit that they were going to make a quarterback change, but everybody down here seems to think they will make that change coming up tonight.
And on what he'll be facing, East Carolina's defense looked rough early going at Carter Finley Stadium on the opening Thursday night. Really settled in, played well enough to win that game, gave the Pirates a chance at the end. And then last week, kept Campbell out of the end zone. So, you know, what can you gain from a game against an FCS opponent? Confidence is one thing. This defense has got to be sky high right now, confidence-wise, Bailey, heading into this one. And we hope to see another good performance.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, we talked about so much about the Campbell game because we've seen so many times through the years, not only East Carolina, but a lot of college football teams that tend to play to the level of the competition, no matter what it is. And that East Carolina team went out and really just, you know, took the bull by the horns, won that game in the first half against Campbell, and really got a chance to rest a lot of folks in the second half. And I think that's a sign of a good football team. You do what you're supposed to do, and I think that's what Blake's preached all week long this week. You know, we got to go out and play Pirate football and do the things that we know that we have to do. We can't turn the football over. We got to reduce the penalties. That's a big key, I think. And it's just a matter of, you know, like I was talking with Blake about it, it's like the Cliff Godwin theory. You know, we can play with anybody in the country if we play our brand of baseball. Same thing with football. If the Pirates play their brand of football, they'll win this game tonight.
Brian Bailey joining us. You have opportunities to talk to Blake Herrell and you know, get him on your show, talk to him maybe during the week before a game. He's such a normal guy, Bailey, just a good fella. But have you noticed his temperament change at all? He's in game 3 now as the full-time head coach. He had some games last year as the interim. Is he any different now than he was during that stretch at the end of last year?
I don't think that Blake Herrell is any different than he was last year. I think some of the things around him have changed, and I think that that's changed some of the things. And we've seen it in the media, the fact that you know, he only does media on Mondays.
Yeah.
Is a big difference from last year. And I think that I really think that once he gets through this year, he'll be able to look at the whole concept of things, and he'll be able – I think we'll have more access next year than we do this year. That's just my gut feeling. But I think that, you know, when you're going through this thing, like you said, basically this is his first year as the head football coach. He's responsible for everything, and he's got a lot of folks around him that I think have changed a couple of things that hopefully we can get back in the future.
Brian Bailey joining us. The strength of this Coastal team, according to folks we talked to, is the defense, Brian, and they'll be taking on a Pirate offense that is clicking on all cylinders in the passing game. Got a little stuff going in the run game against Campbell. We did have callers on the fifth quarter, even after the blowout, saying we got to get better on the O-line. We got to get this run game going. But how about that matchup today, Bailey? How do you feel about East Carolina's offense versus the Chanticleer's defense?
I like the Pirate offense. I mean, we saw them in the summertime in the scrimmage camps, and just the way that they run the football and threw the football in the scrimmages. And we all thought at the time that the Pirate defense needed a whole lot of work, and then the Pirate defense came out and really played well against North Carolina State. So, you know, like we said earlier this week, I don't think we've seen the best the Pirate offense has to offer as of yet. I think Caden Hauser, as good as he's been at times, he can be even better. And I look for him to grow a little bit more. I think he's going to grow as a quarterback and as a leader on this football team a little bit each individual game, and I think he's got another one coming tonight against Coastal.
We love his temperament, right, Bailey? Never gets too high, never gets too low. Exactly what you want in a quarterback. And we've talked about it a lot, but that fourth quarter against State, he looked like he was playing in the backyard. Just looked really cool out there, and you're going to need that because this environment should be a pretty good one. I know not from a sheer number standpoint, but from a packed house standpoint, Bailey, it should be a fun one tonight in that regard.
Yeah, it's not going to be the numbers-wise because I think the stadium seats 22,000. They're expecting close to a sellout, if not a sellout. And you're going to see a lot of purple and gold down here because I think this is the type of game that I think Terry Holland made popular with East Carolina when he was the AD, these regional-type games that Pirate fans can drive to. It's a short 3-hour trip from Greenville down here to the Myrtle Beach area to Conway, South Carolina. I think you'll see a lot of Pirate fans down here for this game, and I think a lot of folks are excited about it. And I think the Coastal folks are excited because I think they think that, hey, we're better than this East Carolina crowd. We're going to prove it tonight. But the odds makers like East Carolina. The has gone from like 6.5 to 9.5.
And look, we've questioned Vegas before, and people have lost a lot of money along the way, Bailey. I'm still shocked at the the total in this game, the over-under, and I'll pull it up here. It's in the 50s, and Coastal, can barely get a first down. Total in this game is 57.5. I guess they're begging you to take the under, and I don't know if it's a sucker play or not, but it certainly feels like the right side.
Yeah, that's a weird number for this game because as you said, it just doesn't seem like that should be. It should be closer to like 45, 46 maybe.
Right. Yeah, I would think so. But again, how many times have we said that? And they go the other way.
That's exactly what happened.
Brian Bailey joining us. Bailey, we're going to hear from Blake Herrell and his comments earlier in the week in just a moment. And he was asked about, what to do with the coin toss, taking the ball or deferring to the second half. And, it depends on the opponent and a lot of factors. Week 1 wanted to defer. Week 2 wanted the football. If you're out there today, and Blake Herrell loses his mind and says, Bailey, you're the captain today. You go decide. What you taking the ball or are you deferring?
If I'm the captain, I'm deferring. I'm
okay.
going to go ahead and defer, and I'm going to get that ball in the second half. And I've liked what he's done. What was it? A couple of games last year, it seemed like the Pirates would finish strong in the half and score a touchdown, then get the ball right back. And I think it was a Temple game last year. They put away with those 2 touchdowns, those bookend touchdowns from the first half of the second half. So yeah, if he makes me captain, and I may suggest that to him in the pregame.
All right.
That we came up with that on Pirate Radio that I could go out there and call a coin flip and see what he says.
And look, Bailey, I mean, it worked last week when they got the ball, went down and scored. The ideal worked against NC State. They held them to 3. They had the ball at the end of the first half. You got it at the third. So, conceptually it worked. Just the execution didn't necessarily work against NC State.
Yeah, and a lot of execution didn't work, especially early on.
All right, BB, great report, man. Have fun while you're watching some games. What time are you heading over to the stadium?
We're going to go over in the next little bit and see if we can get in because I think the Coastal people said it wouldn't be open until 5:30. That's kind of late, if you ask me. So we're going to ride over there and see if we can stumble in and get in early.
Well, Brian,
that's our goal.
Look, man, I care about you. Be careful. I heard Kevin O'Sullivan might be there, so be careful.
He might be. We might stumble into something we didn't know we were going to. So.
Keep your phone on. Keep the video rolling at all times.
All right, keep it rolling all the time.
Thank you, Brian. See you, buddy.
All right, man. Take care.
There he is, the Hall of Famer Brian Bailey joining us on the Turner Home Team Live line. Let's check in with the Chili Water Chat gang real quick. Kaz is ready to get this dub. He says, good afternoon. Destry says, it's chicken tender sandwiches tonight in Conway. Adds an ARG. Adam has remained consistent for the 3rd straight day. Adam says, ECU 38, Coastal Carolina 17. Conan says, a new coach at Clemson next year. Well, I mean, Dabo decides when he's ready to go. I don't think they'll fire him, but yeah, more on that in a moment. PJ says, let's go Pirates. Drew says, let's go. Sibo. Thanks, Drew. That is a nickname I did not give myself. Jarrett gave me that nickname. Conan says, first away game I feel confident we'll win. That's scary. I mean, I'm confident too, but that's not a good thing. I said it on the show yesterday, better to have zero expectations, but I do expect the Pirates to win this football game tonight. Jerry says hello, and he says, we are the Chili Water Chat Gang. Yes, you are, Jerry. Chad says, bang, bang, Chili Water Chat Gang.
Bang, bang.
Brandon says, East Carolina 63, Coastal 7. Damn. Drew says, the hay's in the barn, time to go eat. CL says, Clipper. Jamie.
Clipper!
Tarps off. Jamie says, hey now.
Tarps off. Hey now.
Yeah, I'm not a big gay guy.
Shirley, the Washington game's over. But it remains. I'm not a Matt Gay guy. Missed 2 field goals the other night.
Sorry, but honest to goodness, I really did not mean to do that.
Well, you did it. So Rick,
I was moving the
Rick
mouse.
Majerus, say it one more time.
Yeah, I'm not a big gay guy.
Me neither.
Yeah, okay.
Cut Matt Gay.
Yeah.
All right. B-Man says intern Jackson might be onto something with the Clemson take. So.
Oh boy, here we go. I'm going to hand the mic over to Jackson.
Well, you need to chill for a second, Jackson. I said before the show, I'm going to give him his flowers. He had a sparkling take. I'll say this, too. He was late showing up today.
I did.
Bud Light pregame tailgate.
I had some troubles.
It don't matter. You were late.
That's fair.
But, Jackson, when you are an elite athlete, you can get away with things. When you are rich in this country, you can get away with things. When you are a powerful politician, you can do whatever the hell you want. You can get away with anything. When you make predictions before the season, like Clemson is dead, not just they're going to lose a few games. Clemson, as we know it, the idea of Clemson, Dabo, national championships is dead. And you got some funny looks. You got some words from me. Mm-hmm. Dead? Clemson? Come on, man. But you stood by it.
I did.
You stood on what you believe. You stood on a box that said business on it. And you said the Clemson Tigers are done. Put them in the grave. This was before the season kicked off. And right now, the Clemson Tigers sit 1-2.
And they've lost 2 games that I said you should watch out for.
Jackson, you called it. You nailed it. And I'm here to say, congratulations. You are a ball knower.
Sweet.
Now,
that's the best I can say.
You're only as good as your last take. So, are we going to get this money today? And Bowling Green is going to cover against Liberty?
Bowling Green is going to cover against Liberty. I'm going to go 5-0 on my takes so far.
Jackson, a.k.a. Maxon, 2-0 in his MAC play of the day. He's got Bowling Green plus the points. I've already got it locked in, plus 5.5. So, we'll be watching that one coming up at 5 o'clock. Jackson, congratulations.
Appreciate it.
All right. Tyler says this would be an easy W for East Carolina if the band was there today. Parentheses, I'm in the band. Hey, what do you play, bro? Play bass? Play drums? What do you play, Tyler? We had a discussion earlier this year. Why is the ECU band, should the ECU band be in Raleigh? And somebody, Jared or somebody said, is the band, or maybe even Alex Harper, although he'd play, I think it was Jared. Is the band a big deal? I say yes. I mean, it's great to hear your fight song after a touchdown. It's great to hear you chime in after a big play, after a first down. Bands, make the atmosphere in college basketball, college football. Why don't we have a college baseball band? Put the band out in right field. Just playing the fight song after a double. All right. Chad said, glad we were able to sell out their stadium for them. He says he's walking through the air, ready for the big W tonight. Brandon says their playoff hopes are pretty much over. Clemson? Yeah, Jackson told you. They're in the grave. It was over before it started. Tyler says money is why we're not in Raleigh. And boy, I was right on both. He plays the bass drum. Nailed it. All right. We'll hear a little bit of Blake Herrell, but right now Georgia is on the board. They are putting up points in Rocky Top. Tennessee right down the field in scores. I believe on a quarterback keeper. And then we got a Gunnar Stockton touchdown for Georgia. So it is 7-6 PAT pending for the Bulldogs. And this looks like it's going to be a fun one coming up in Knoxville. All right, let's get our new Blue Pirate report. First of all, shout out to Avery. Appreciate you picking up the food, Avery. And I have not yet tried it, but I cannot wait to taste the All-American from 5th Street Hardware. It's your Moz sticks. It's your chicken tenders. It's your onion rings. I got it all. I'm missing something. Potato skins. Such an old school pregame food, potato skins. Oh, you don't see them a lot these days. A great appetizer of the past, but 5th Street has it. And we appreciate them providing us with the awesome pregame tailgate food. Go to 5th Street Hardware and Tap Room in downtown Greenville. Juicy burger, seafood basket, tasty sandwich, wrap. They got it all at 5th Street Hardware right in the heart of downtown Greenville. Now we can take a look at our new Blue Pirate report. Go to callinublue.com if you have issues with your heating, cooling, plumbing, HVAC. Also, they do septic tank system repairs and installations. They specialize in crawl space moisture control. So they got it all for you at New Blue. Hear a little bit of Blake Herrell, and I mentioned this with Bailey a moment ago. What is the mindset when it comes to deciding whether to take the ball or defer when you win the coin toss? Cut 2.
I think every week your game plan is going to change and things are going to change in there. We always want to be aggressive how we approach things and whatever gives us the best chance to win. I thought week 1, just like the bowl game, deferring, taking the ball in the second half, and we really did have a chance, if you think at the end of the half of that game, to win the middle 8. We missed a field goal, come out in the second half, we get stopped on 4th down. And then this week we took the ball first, got up to an early lead, and then kind of go from there. And we actually won the middle 8 again, so it kind of works out. Just whatever we think is going to give us the best chance to win, that's how we're going to attack it and always be aggressive, whether it's 4th downs, whether it's special teams, wherever it may be.
Middle 8. First of all, that's a great term to use if you want to pretend you know football like the coaches do. And somebody says, man, what does Washington need to do today to win? Win the middle 8. Makes you sound really smart. That's the last 4 minutes of the first half, first 4 minutes of the second half. Avery, did Southside win the middle 8 last night?
No, we lost last night.
Sorry. Do you have any numbers?
Nah.
All right. Hey, so still 30 yards per catch?
Yeah.
30 yards per catch on the season. Check out his huddle tape. Let's get this guy a scholarship to, where you want to go? USC, Notre Dame?
Nowhere.
Appreciate you, Avery. All right, let's get one more in from Blake Herrell. We'll get to David Glenn coming up in our next segment. Coastal Carolina quarterback situation. They got Morris and they got a guy named Tad. What challenges does 2 quarterbacks present to you in the game prep for Coastal Cut 10?
Yeah, I think, you're always prepared for 2. Sometimes it's prepared for the starter, and if we get to the backup, we get to the backup. But you really don't know what you're going to get this week for sure yet. You may not know the game time. It is what it is. We prepare our football team for both. I think MJ is certainly a guy that can take off on you. You see that's where he flashes. I mean, he's got some jets back there. He's got some speed. They got some quarterback run game with him. Tad looks like a guy that can run on you as well. He did pull the football the other night, but both have good arms and throw the ball down the field. Both were 4-star kids out of high school. There's a reason they were where they were. But I think you just got to prepare for them a little bit differently. The offense didn't seem to change a whole lot when Tad was in the game. I thought they did have the lead and started running the football in the fourth quarter. They're doing a really good job with that. I don't know if that's who they want to be or that's just the situation of the game. I think MJ kind of was obviously the starter game 1, and that's probably who won the job there in preseason camp. And I'm not sure if they're battling back and forth, that was just a spark for the other night. But we'll certainly be prepared for both. So.
Be prepared. Blake Herrell, New Blue Pirate Report here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Shirley, do you have a scoreboard coming out of the next break?
Yes,
okay,
I do.
Good, because I was going to do that, but we'll kind of recap some nooners and also let you know what's going on in the early 3:30 window. Our boy A-Harp is in Morgantown, almost heaven, as John Denver called it. Pittsburgh and West Virginia backyard brawl. They are scoreless right now. And as I said, Georgia and Tennessee moving up and down the field 7-7 in that one. Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Shirley will have more scores for you. And we'll have David Glenn when we return. Hour 1, Bud Light pregame tailgate. Tennessee going deep. Got him. And that is going to be another touchdown. Bombs and fireworks in Knoxville. 13-7. Volunteers lead. PAT pending. Back with you after this.
At U.S. Cellular, you can get $1,000 off any phone with no trade-in, so you don't have to haggle at self-checkout.
$10.99.
I'll give you $7.
$10.99.
$8.
Calling for assistance.
Get $1,000 off any phone with no trade-in, and we'll pay off your current contract when you switch. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for U.S. Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Here with Brian Cook, the comptroller for Greenville Motor Company and Greenville Auto World. So many times people have problems with their automobile, and finding a service department that you can trust not to upsell you on something you really don't need, but to go in, diagnose the problem, and solve the problem.
Yeah, we're really here to pass along any kind of savings we can to pirates in the area. We take pride in offering a discounted labor rate compared to some of the other places, but give the same quality that technicians can provide.
Greenville Motor Company, Greenville Auto World. Try us, trust us at drivehherenow.com.
Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry has been Greenville's premier dental practice for over 40 years. I am Dr. Chris Gateway, and our mission at Michaels & Gateway is to provide exceptional dental care with compassion, integrity, and innovation, ensuring every patient leaves with a healthy, confident smile. Doctors Michaels & Gateway are committed to providing an outstanding patient experience with every visit. Not only do we offer all your dental needs under one roof, in most cases, we can take care of those needs on the same day. Bring your smile to us at Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry.
Homeowners can face many challenges throughout this season, but our newest New Blue star, Dixon Williams, is here to slide in and save the day. Have a clog that's hitting a foul ball and nothing seems to be getting through? Dixon's fixing to get you flowing again. Feeling like your HVAC's in a slump? Dixon's sliding in to get your comfort back on track. Are swinging blind in a power outage? Dixon is delivering a power boost. So when problems arise, turn home strikeouts into home runs with New Blue, electric, plumbing, and air.
This is Dr. Hote from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for the athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's treatment for your sports injury or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedics East provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
You would do anything to keep your family safe. Don't leave safety to chance with national companies or do-it-yourself systems. Hi, this is Mike Robertson, the owner of SCI Technologies. We have recently merged with High-Tech Communications to become North Carolina's premier security, audio, and fire alarm provider. The most cost-effective solutions for your home or business security and life safety needs. SCI Technologies, 252-321-7006. That's 321-7006.
Capital Subaru of Greenville is transforming your everyday commute into something a little more extraordinary. Subaru was just named 2025's best overall automotive brand by Consumer Reports, and there's never been a better time to drive one home. From the adventure-ready Outback to the sleek and efficient Forester, they got the perfect ride for you. In addition to their great selection of new and used car inventories, the Subaru Service Center is commanded by a team of experts, handpicked for their knowledge, passion, and promise to treat every car as if it's their own. Capital Subaru of Greenville, off Memorial Drive or online at capitalsubaruofgreenville.com.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in ENC. Open at noon 7 days a week with live music. Come enjoy sports trivia with me, Clip Rock, every Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, it's live local acoustic night, along with line dancing from 7 to 9 on Wednesday. Thursday, there's a brand new lineup with Singo starting at 8, followed by karaoke with DJ Dog. Ladies and free both Friday and Saturday nights with the best local bands in the area. Finish the weekend with free games and DJ Kids Scene.
Y'all come get bucked up.
This is Coach Gary Overton, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's take a look at some of the finals from earlier today before we get to the current scores. Georgia Tech kicked a 55-yard field goal and beat Clemson 24-21. Oregon didn't have a problem with Northwestern. They won 34-14. Alabama beat up on Wisconsin 38-14 was that score. UVA spanked William and Mary 55-16 was that final. Oklahoma, no problem, over Temple 42-3. Games going on right now. Penn State has an early 7-0 lead over Villanova in the first quarter. The backyard brawl, Pittsburgh and West Virginia, no score as of yet. North Carolina has a 10-0 lead over Richmond in the first quarter. SMU trails Missouri State by a field goal in the first, and Tennessee leads Georgia 14-7 in the first quarter. And I've got a high school score for you. It was halftime. They should be in the third quarter as of right now. Croatan is leading the Pan Pac of Washington 31-6. That was the latest score update that I had for them, as Washington had several players with COVID, so they had to move the game to this afternoon. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Bucket. Is the beacon of music in the land of pirates. They have live bands Friday and Saturdays. Sunday Fun Day is back with a jersey giveaway every NFL Sunday. And you can check out The Buck on social media for the latest schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into PRL. Nope, I did it again.
Oh, no.
The Bud Light pregame tailgate, doggone it. You know what?
On your first attempt, too.
You know, you'd think I've been doing this for 23 years, that I would have a better sense of saying that.
That's why you're left out of the graphic.
Yeah, well. Thanks a lot, dude. I appreciate it. All right, I got to call David.
Call DG. Welcome back into the show. For the first time today, they're punting in Knoxville as Georgia punts, gives the ball back to Tennessee, who has gone right down the field and scored twice in the first quarter on Georgia. Also, had to confirm that the Fifth Street Hardware food was still good, and still good. Burger slider, chicken tenders, Moz sticks was the first plate. First of probably 2 or 3. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to go back for seconds and thirds today. Thanks to Fifth Street Hardware for the awesome pregame food. Make it a point to visit Fifth Street Hardware next time you're in Greenville, right here in downtown Greenville. East Carolina, Coastal Carolina, both teams coming in at 1-1. Both teams lost to an ACC opponent. Both teams beat an FCS opponent. So from there, pretty even matchup. But it's a matter of how those teams looked against the ACC opponents. East Carolina had the ball late with a chance to tie or try to win the game against NC State. Could not do it, while Coastal got whooped in Charlottesville against Virginia. And then against the FCS opponents, East Carolina dominated Campbell. Coastal with a 13-0 win over Charleston Southern. So while some things are very similar between the two in the schedule so far, they've gone about it different ways. Let's head out to the Turner Home Team live line. Joining us, DG, David Glenn, on another great college football Saturday. And DG, I think you did your work part of your college football weekend on Thursday. So are you able to kick back, relax, and watch some games today?
Yeah, Cliff, it's always great to be with you. There are weeks where we double up or even triple up. You know, that opening Labor Day weekend, I think we did the Thursday night ECU game at State, then LSU Clemson down in Death Valley, and then TCU UNC. But in a typical week, we do one game with our tailgate tour, and this week it was Wake hosting NC State, and that was actually a really good ball game, you know, starting from the opening kickoff, literally.
David, I said this to Brian North yesterday, that, like, if we could take away all the money and pressure and everything that is sports and college athletics these days and just kind of look at it as entertainment, it would be pretty cool to be a State fan. You're in some great games through 3 games in 2025. Now, we know that's not the reality, and there's fire this guy and get mad. And I get it. There's a lot of money and involved with the fans, just to go to games, to buy food, to follow a team. It costs money, it costs heartache, all that stuff. I guess my point is NC State has been in some thrillers so far this year, and the good news for them, they've won them all, 3-0 to start this season.
Yeah, to me, and I hear that fan base all the time. You are not exaggerating when you suggest or imply that fan base has been tough for Dave Doran to please. And it is complicated, right? On the one hand, it is a factual statement that Dave Doran is the winningest head coach in the history of NC State football. On the other hand, it is also a factual statement that he has kind of found a ceiling with the 8-win or the 9-win season, and in the eyes of many Wolfpack fans, he always seems to let them down once or twice. But I thought State showed some fiber in Winston-Salem, where you give up a touchdown on the opening kickoff, you blink, and you're down 14-0, and yet you stay poised, you show your composure, your offense rallies, and if I'm an NC State fan, one really exciting thing is C.J. Bailey's a good-looking sophomore quarterback. Hollywood Smothers is a really talented running back. There's a pretty talented wide receiver room, and they have a great tight end. So, in Justin Jolie. So, they hit on all cylinders? No. But are they 3-0? And are there a lot of schools that would love to be 3-0 by the end of this weekend? Heck yeah. So we'll see how far the Wolfpack can take it. But, I thought they showed they were the better team than Wake Forest, just as I thought they showed they were the better team than ECU and the slightly better team than UVA.
Yeah, one of those state wins came over the Pirates, and boy, really since that first half, David, East Carolina has looked really good on the football field, having allowed a touchdown in 5 quarters now, going back to the state game and the entire Campbell game, and the offense got clicking, throwing the ball. The problem is the run game against State, and then even though we had 4 different Pirates rush for touchdowns last week against Campbell, we still got calls after that game, David, about the O-line and the run game, and still some nerves about it. Maybe we'll get a few more answers tonight against Coastal Carolina, but how about your early, we won't call it a report card, progress report on ECU? Still learning some things here going into week 3, but what do you think about the Pirates so far?
Yeah, I understand why fans want to see more from the tailback position. We've kind of been spoiled by a handful of ECU running backs over the last, half dozen years. Keaton Mitchell playing in the NFL right now. And even Rajay Harris in more recent years, I thought it was just a heck of a lot of fun to watch, including in that bowl game. So, yeah, it is disappointing when one of your opponents is Campbell and you really haven't found your running game yet. Again, those touchdowns, they still count. But just in terms of kind of consistency and the ability to move the ball on the ground, or just even the emergence of that brilliant running back, I don't think we've seen it yet. But Caton Hauser has done his job, completing 70% of his passes, no interceptions. I think he's only been sacked 1 time in 2 games. All of that is really good. Maybe he can add some more touchdown passes today. But I love the wide receiver room. Not only the Smiths, but others have emerged there. And I like how the defense bounced back. As you said, after that first half against the Wolfpack, they've just played better overall for Blake Herrell, and the defensive improvement has been a big part of that. So I saw that entire UVA Coastal game, and Coastal is not a good football team.
Yeah.
ECU, I think, can be a good football team, but it's your first road trip. You got to maybe, who knows, react to early adversity if something goes wrong, show poise, etc. But I do think the Pirates are definitely the better team than the Chanticleers when those two get together later today.
And we got a few pretty good answers, I think, throughout the week. I talked to Chris Bergen, play-by-play voice of Coastal, to the question of what the heck happened in Conway, South Carolina. David, we had a few years ago, they're riding high. Grayson McCall is now on the coaching staff. That's one problem. He's not your quarterback anymore. And you had a coaching change. The world of college football with players leaving, new players coming in, and it hit them pretty hard because they were a very respectable program not that long ago, as you know.
Oh, my gosh. They were the classic example of, what in basketball they would use the term mid-major.
Yeah.
And you're in all the right headlines, and you're adding kind of to the name brand of your university in a way that just has not happened very much. Coastal has done that in baseball, as you guys have seen over the years. And for a while, they were really doing it in football. But then their coach left. And oddly enough, their current head coach and their starting quarterback are both former Wolfpack guys. And, I don't know if you remember the details of the story of how M.J. Morris left NC State in controversial fashion, transfers to Maryland, opted out of the regular season, if you remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. Wolfpack fans are rooting against that young man to this day. And to be candid, he just has not been very good, either at Maryland or at Coastal Carolina. And the coaching change has not been good to the Chanticleers. I don't know all of the details of how they went from so good to not at all good, but obviously, quarterback play, as you said, was a huge part of their rise, and bad quarterback play has been a big part of their decline.
DG, David Glenn joining us on the Turner Home Team Live Line. David, some major, I said going into today, you could have some kind of big landscape changes in college football, and one could be if South Florida beats Miami. You got to say it'll be the best start ever for a non-power conference team. In college football history, maybe. I don't know if I'm overstating that, with wins over Boise State, in the Swamp against Florida, and at Hard Rock against Miami. So that one's still on the table for later. But the other is Clemson kind of being done before we get to mid-September, because they already have one loss on the docket with LSU. They've got, Georgia Tech today, and still got some challenging games ahead of them. And David, that's it, right? I mean, I don't know how you come back from 1-2. They'd have to run the table, look really good doing it, win the ACC. But that is a huge development down in Atlanta today with Georgia Tech walking off the Clemson Tigers.
Yeah, and to paint more of that bigger picture, the Clemson Tigers still have to face SMU, which is a pretty good team, Florida State, which obviously is infinitely more dangerous this year than the Seminoles were last year. They have to go to South Carolina in that rivalry game at the end of the regular season, and the Gamecocks have been much better lately under Coach Beamer. And they have to go to Louisville, which is a good team.
Yeah.
So there are some hurdles to go. If you somehow rallied and went 10-2, you probably end up in that ACC title game. And you might even end up in the college football playoff. But as you said, they have lost their margin for error entirely. And I frankly don't know if they're good enough to run the table. I went into this season really thinking they were the best team in the ACC. Clearly, I was wrong about that. Georgia Tech is a good team that they kind of went toe-to-toe with today before just falling short by a field goal. But even in the win over Troy, you could tell this is not a vintage Clemson team. And there are a lot of reasons for that, including Cade Klubnik has not performed to expectations at quarterback. He has not so far been as good as he was last year. They do not have that superstar running back that they typically do have.
Yeah.
They have some nice players, but there's no Travis Etienne or even, the guy from last year, Phil Maja. They just don't have anybody like that. And this is a game about Jimmys and Joes. And whereas Clemson does have a bunch of future NFL players on that team, I think Dabo's unwillingness to accept transfers leads to a lineup where, you might look at an offense or a defense and say, wow, these 6 guys are really, really good. But I think Clemson's weak links are weaker than they usually are. And I think in part, and I'm a big admirer of Dabo overall, I think in part it's his unwillingness to plug gaps on his depth chart when he sees one that might be coming. He does accept a few transfers, but holy cow, man, way less than virtually everybody else in major college football. And you can imagine there are going to be more questions about that in the headlines now that they've lost to the Yellow Jackets.
And DG, as I'm watching the game in front of me, and we're talking Clemson, Got Georgia, who's given up 21 points in the first quarter to Tennessee. Tennessee, no resistance right now offensively from that and from that Georgia defense. They're going right down the field. You know, we've already seen Alabama lose this year. Texas lost, but it was to Ohio State. Clemson already with 2 losses. We'll see if Georgia can fight back in this one, but it's not going to be that 2007 wacky college football season, but it does feel a little different, David, where and I'm sure Ohio State, and then we're still going to have our powers, but we could be in for a wild one this year, DG, with 2 lost teams, you know, being the norm in the playoffs. So I don't know, just strap in. Could be a fascinating year across the board in college football.
I will buckle up. And I wonder, you know, we'll see if it does play out that way. Long way to go. Gosh,
yeah.
It's been a long time since Tennessee beat Georgia, so that score is fascinating to me because Georgia has not only beaten the Volunteers like a drum, they have annihilated the Volunteers for basically almost all of the Kirby Smart era. I mean, Josh Heupel's record at Tennessee against the rest of the world is pretty darn good. It's 30-plus wins and maybe 10 losses, something like that. His record against Georgia is not only 0-4, it's 0-4 by curb stompings in each case. So that is a fascinating start for the Volunteers in front of, 100,000 plus there in Knoxville. But yeah, you might be right in the broader picture. But you lose a legend like Nick Saban, so one just absolute machine. Alabama, comes back to earth at least a little bit. The transfer portal, can make the rich richer and the poor poorer, but it can make the rich able to beat each other,
right.
Maybe in less lopsided ways.
It makes the millionaires beat the billionaires, maybe, DG.
Yeah, right? So who knows? It's hard to draw too many conclusions until we see things play out.
Yeah.
But this is not a vintage Georgia team, and they're ranked, number 6. I know the ACC teams better than I know anybody else, outside of our state. And I can promise you that whereas Florida State is really good and Miami is really good, they're not unbeatable. So that may just feed your theme even more and cause all of us to buckle up a little bit.
David, you like interesting scores? How about Missouri State 10, SMU 0 in the second quarter? There's one for you. And this one not as shocking. West Virginia scored 10 points on the road at Ohio last week. You knew they'd wake up for the backyard brawl. Right now they lead Pitt 7-0 in the second quarter. I am looking forward to tonight, 8 o'clock, ESPN2. Fascinated. Duke, we talked about it last week. You were there, David. The score not indicative of how competitive that game was, Duke and Illinois. But they go to Tulane tonight. Tulane is a slight home favorite against the Devils, and for good reason. I mean, Tulane, a very formidable foe, and you've got Mensa going back there. So Tulane's had trouble getting fans super excited about athletics. If there's a game where they could kind of rally some folks, a night game, 8 o'clock, your former quarterback who left you for greener pastures, quote unquote, coming back. I'm hoping for a fun atmosphere in that one.
Yeah, if you don't fill the stands for that, what are you going to fill the stands for, right? I mean, it's got all the ingredients. Tulane's quarterback, a BYU transfer, Jake Retzlaff, is a really talented player. He actually runs. They're both dual threat quarterbacks, but Retzlaff actually does run the ball more often than Darian Mensa has so far for the Blue Devils. They've mostly asked him to pass at Duke, even though he is capable of running. But it is fascinating. The backdrop here is that Darian Mensa led Tulane to the American Conference Championship game last year and a double-digit win total. And, got that multi-million-dollar deal at Duke, the most ever paid to a Duke football player by far, obviously in this new era. And I saw it was really interesting. ESPN's analytics gives Tulane something like a 75% chance of winning, 5% chance of winning this game, or close to it. And yet the line has gone back and forth where there was temporarily Duke is the favorite by like a point.
Yeah.
And maybe it settled on Tulane by a point or two. But, those are just some Las Vegas-style parts of the backdrop. But the Tulane coach, John Summerall, it's almost universally thought that he's going to end up leading an SEC program at some point. That's how highly thought of he is. But Manny Diaz has done a great job at Duke so far, I think. 9 wins last year, second most in school history. And I think he has a good team. I did see what happened against Illinois. Obviously, the final score got ugly. But I still think Duke has a chance to be, who knows, maybe the Duke State winner later this month will be, the best team in the state of North Carolina. We'll see, but Duke needs to take a step in the right direction tonight against the talented Tulane team.
David Glenn joining us, North Carolina Sports Network, DG. You got it all going when it comes to football. My buddy Tony Dunn from the C3 Panthers podcast is ready to move on to hockey, so maybe you can get some more Hurricanes hockey content up there for him. Our intern Nick, not to peek behind the curtain, the man behind the curtain, intern Nick runs Canes Prospects on X and does an awesome job with that. Yeah, so we're going to talk some hockey at some point, DG, but we're in football mode right now. But my point is, you guys cover it all at the North Carolina Sports Network.
Yeah, we're trying, man. We hope to grow and keep growing, and thanks to your listeners and among others, your viewers, et cetera, because we're closing in on 40,000 YouTube subscribers. And if we can just keep growing, we'd love to get to the point, where we have a person dedicated to covering the Canes in the NHL and another person dedicated to covering the Panthers in the NFL. We obviously have a ton of college football coverage and college basketball coverage already, and not just me, but former coaches are on our staff, for example, so in both of those sports. So, yeah, we've made great strides in our first 2 years. We're now in year 3. And we just hope to keep building it, and we're truly thankful to all those who are, visiting ncsportsnetwork.com or checking out the on-demand audio or the YouTube channel, because all of that support, even subscribing for free, really does help us in very real ways.
David, you know this as long as you've been in it as a sports fan, as a journalist, that wins are not only fun in the moment, but it sets up something else. It builds to something else. And if East Carolina gets it done tonight, it builds to a really fun work week next week for us as we get ready for BYU on a Saturday night on ESPN2, and kind of sets up one of those special nights in Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, at least atmosphere-wise, crowd-wise. And that's why I really want this one tonight. Not even for the win, but just for what it could set up for next week.
Yeah, I believe you're going to get it tonight. I'm going to be surprised if you don't get it tonight.
Yeah.
And you have your finger on the pulse of Pirate Nation, so you could I'd be excited about that atmosphere that you're describing at what Dowdy-Ficklin would look like. I haven't done a deep dive on BYU yet, but I know it's a heck of a football team. And that would make for one heck of an atmosphere. We're coming to Greenville with our tailgate tour on one of those Thursday night games. But we already have a commitment for I believe, the same day that you guys are hosting BYU. But,
well, we got several to choose from this year. We got Army the week after that on a Thursday night.
I know, I saw that.
Yeah.
We've got some staff members unavailable. I wanted to go to that one. I might still. I'm not sure. But, yeah, man, everything gets a lot more interesting. We're going to run out of football stories to be excited about in this state if a few teams don't grab the mantle, so to speak.
Right.
Right? I mean,
yeah.
I don't think Wake is great. Carolina, at best, is going to be mediocre, although they're dominating Richmond today for whatever that's worth. Duke and State, we'll see. App State is off to a good start, but, man, I hope the Pirates rally because even at the lower FCS, D2, et cetera levels, we do not have a long list of exciting stories to cheer for, and we get some more wins on these Saturdays.
DG, love the chats, man. Appreciate you, and we'll do it again soon.
Right back at you, my friend. Keep up the good work.
There is David Glenn joining us. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate wrapping up a fast-moving hour number 1. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Robert says it would be wild if Mike Houston gets fired from Clemson while working for free. That would be an interesting story. Robert, you're right about that. Hour 2, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate coming up. We'll get a tailgate check-in with the Chan Man, hear from some Pirate players as well. Back with you after this timeout.
Jeff Stein here at Brown & Wood Buick GMC, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty. Right now we have GMC 1500 Elevation 0.9% or $78.50 off. That truck also has $359 lease special. For Buick, we got the all-new Enclave. It's beautiful. It's big. It can handle all of your luggage, kids, towing, anything. Brown & Wood Buick GMC, 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 rooftops, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This is proud ECU alumni David Price of David Price Construction. As a leading general contracting firm, we specialize in commercial construction and renovation. Whether it's updating your office space, renovating your restaurant, or building a new retail store, our team at David Price Construction is ready to assist. We are committed to delivering quality, value, and customer satisfaction across all of our projects. So give us a call at 919-820-3612 or find us online at davidpriceconstruction.com. Go Pirates!
The stifling heat of summer, the bitter cold of winter. What do they have in common? The extreme temperatures of both force your home's heating and cooling system to work overtime to keep you comfortable. And that can cost you a lot of money. Fortunately, your neighbors at Greenville Utilities have several ways you can save energy. And that means saving you money on your utility bills. Just go to GUC.com and look for ways to save. That's GUC.com.
At Flatlands Jessup, when we say your whole world covered, we really mean it. Our agency is dedicated to offering every type of coverage you might need, from farm owners and crop, home and auto insurance to health and life policies. We've designed our services to ensure that every aspect of your insurance needs are met, all under one roof. Whether you're safeguarding your family, your farm, your property, or your future, we'll build a customized risk management program for your needs. Flatlands Jessup, your whole world covered.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates.
Yeah. Get your game faces on, Pirates. It's Lindsey Gray with Carolina Caliber. It's time to blast the cannons in the stands and the fields, if you know what I mean. We're flying into Duff season with shotguns galore and shells for days. Don't miss out on Beretta's rebates on 17 different models of long guns and handguns. Get up to $350 back. Get ready for hunting season with the best deals around and the largest selection of firearms and accessories in Eastern NC. Shop online or stop by Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville. It's a time-honored tradition.
At Langley Contracting, we're superior roofing specialists. Whether it's a new roof or repairing your old one, we've got you covered. And best of all, we handle your insurance claims. We are locally owned right here in Eastern Carolina. We are licensed and insured and have a 25-year roof warranty. We can handle your gutter installation too, so everything is seamless. Call or visit us online at 214roof.com for your free estimate today.
Langley Contracting, your superior roofing specialist.
Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is kicking off the fall with 0% financing offers. That's right, interest rates might be high elsewhere, but at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, you can get 0% on Ram and Jeep. Enjoy 0% for 72 months on a new 2025 Ram truck and 0% for 60 months on a 26 Ram. Also, 0% on a new 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Come see us at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Drive a little, save a lot.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 at 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
And welcome back. The NFL's #1 insider, Jay Glazer, is coming to Greenville for the 2026 Leadership Luncheon, March 22nd and 23rd. Jay was inducted into the TV Hall of Fame in 2018 for his work on Fox Sports' award-winning NFL pregame show, Fox NFL Sunday. In January of 2022, Glazer released the book Unbreakable: How I Turned My Depression and Anxiety into Motivation and You Can Too. With his book and voice, Jay became a voice for many struggling with mental health issues. For more information about attending this awesome event, contact Mark at pirateradio1250.com or give us a call at the radio station today. Now let's take it back in. Here's Clip.
All right, back with you, Pirate Radio Live on a... Oh, I did it. Yeah, I went in robot mode and said, welcome back to Pirate Radio Live.
Yeah, you pulled a Shirley.
Shirley did it in hour 1. I hit one hour 2. We're even, Steven. We no longer owe each other a Diet Mountain Dew. That is the bet there. Tennessee was about to punt for the first time today, but caught Georgia napping. Too many men on the field. First down. So the Volunteers lead at 21-14, and they have it at their own 36-yard line in the second quarter. Following that one and other action going on today in college football, but we'll head out to the Turner Home Team live line, and joining us to kick off hour number 2, the Chan Man, Chandler Honeyut, live in Conway. What's up, Chan?
Hey guys, just trying to rest up from all that swimming. I'm very sore.
All right, so I saw that video, and I nearly cried, Chandler. That was one of the best pieces of content I've seen in a while. Your acting was phenomenal. Who came up with that idea?
I think it was a mixture of me, Jenny, and Glenn. So,
who came up with the idea? 3 people don't simultaneously come up with an idea.
I'll give it to Jenny.
Well, okay. Way to go, Jenny. That was phenomenal. That was awesome.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it was a long swim, but I did stop in Carolina Beach and saw my parents, and then I was like, hey, I gotta go to Myrtle Beach. So, but y'all were joking about me walking. I said, I'm gonna take it a step further. I'm gonna go down to Atlantic Beach. I'm gonna stop by Key Max and enjoy some food and an ice cold beer, and I'm gonna go on my way. And I got in the ocean and swam all the way down here to coastal Carolina, to Conway, South Carolina, where if I didn't know where I was right now, I would think we were outside Dowdy Ficklen Stadium. There are so many Pirate fans here, so many Pirate tents. It looks like it's going to be an East Carolina fan takeover, a Pirate Nation takeover today in Conway.
How you feeling about the game, Sean? I don't think we got a vibe check. You left so damn early in the week, I forgot to ask you. So what's your vibe check for ECU Coastal?
I'm going to say 7.5, probably
right.
7.5. I like what we saw. Of course, we were playing Campbell last week, but I saw what I wanted to see, and that was being aggressive early, explosive offense. And then you look at Coastal Carolina and what they've done so far this year. They got throttled by Virginia, and then last week they were struggling against the Charleston Southern team at home. So I feel pretty good for the Pirates today. The only thing I've been thinking about all week, and you made a good comparison, is that this game could be a lot like the Old Dominion games in the past. Specifically last year when the Pirates squeaked out a 6-point win in Norfolk. So hopefully that's not the case today. Hopefully the Pirates can get it done easily and can get things started early and often.
Chandler, I've seen a couple of complaints about your video, including in the Chili Water chat gang on YouTube right now, Pirate Radio TV. Joel said tarps off next time, Sean.
Tarps off.
Tarps off.
Tarps off. I just wanted to show off that awesome Pirate Radio summer gear that we have.
Yeah. Oh, man. Me and my buddy, go out and throw the football around. But another thing we did also was special teams drills where we'd throw the ball up and have a line, and we'd try to dive and keep the ball out of the end zone. Tennessee just had an epic save the ball from going into the end zone for a touchback play, and Georgia's going to start about from there. We'll see where they spot it, somewhere 1, 2, 3 yard line. But that was an awesome play by the Volunteers. 21-14, that score. How about Clemson earlier today, Sean, taking the loss to Georgia Tech?
Yeah, we saw them struggle last week against Troy, and today you thought, man, can Georgia Tech get it done? And they did. And Georgia Tech got up 13-0 early, and and then Clemson fought their way back, and then it just seems like there's not enough offensive power on that side of the ball. And you would think so with Clay Covenant, who's been there several years, and you've got some weapons on that side. But, yeah, I mean, look, we were kind of making fun of him when he said it earlier in the year, but I got to give it to Jackson. His take is looking pretty good right now. Clemson looks lost out there.
Yeah, no, Jackson nailed it. They're dead. That was a great take heading into this college football season. All right, Chandler, done anything fun down there?
Yeah, we actually just went and ate at a place called Coastal Ale House. Great food there. So we went and filled up our bellies with some good food. And now we're about to walk around this tailgate lot and see all the Pirate fans. I'm telling you, I'm sitting here looking at it right now. It's just a row of Pirate tents. So people are throwing the football. People are throwing cornhole bags. People are playing flip cups. So a lot of fun's being had out here, and mostly it's Pirate fans. So be looking out. If you're watching it on TV tonight, be on the lookout for how much Pirate fans are in the stands at Brooks Stadium.
All right, Chandler, we'll check in with you a couple hours from now, get one final report from you.
All right, sounds good. Y'all have a good show.
All right, Chandler Honeyut, Turner Home Team Live Line here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Bud Light, game days always for Pirate traditions, and Bud Light is certainly one of those. Celebrate the season with an ice cold Bud Light, easy to drink and easy to enjoy. Bud Light, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Bud Light, please drink responsibly and go Pirates. I tell you what, we'll get to Marlon Gun, J.D. Lampley in a moment. Let's take a break here. When we return, we'll know thy enemy. Chris Bergen is the play-by-play voice of the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. He gave us a scouting report earlier this week, and we'll hear that when we return. Hour 2 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We roll on after this.
Hey, Pirate fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. A win isn't a win without the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Proudly distributed locally by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville is the perfect place to get all your amigos together for some Mexican food, fun, and football. Chico's has been a game day tradition for Pirate football fans since 1983. Whether the game is home or away, make it a Chico's Day for some great specials and the best chips and salsa in town. Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Go Pirates!
At National Finance, we're all about hometown support, just like ECU football. National Finance helps us win on and off the field. They've got your back when you need it most. Fast, easy personal loans for life's big plays. And just like us, they're committed to Eastern North Carolina. National Finance, proud supporters of ECU athletics. Visit nfcmoney.com for loans as fast as today.
Shiny teeth in me. Hey Pirate Nation, this is Dr. Holly, owner of Pirate Dental. At Pirate Dental, we fix teeth. Does your tooth hurt?
They fix teeth.
Chipped tooth?
They fix teeth.
Need a second opinion?
We fix teeth.
Need a crown, have a cavity? We fix teeth. Bottom line, at Pirate Dental, we fix teeth. Call us today at 252-321-2500 or visit us at piratedental.com. Online appointments available. Pirate Dental, we fix teeth. Go Pirates. Shiny teeth in me.
Make things happen this year with the new John Deere. In just one visit to Quality Equipment, you'll find the right lawnmower, compact tractor, or Gator UTV that will save you time and money on your next project. Keep things running all season long with the help of our experienced parts and service team. Your new Deere isn't far away. Find current offers and budget-friendly packages at your local Quality Equipment with 36 locations across North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. Visit QualityEquip.com to get started. That's QualityEquip.com.
Need to sell your house fast without fixing or even cleaning it? Call the Turner Home Team.
Hey, this is proud ECU alumni Justin Turner with the Turner Home Team. We buy houses as is in any condition for cash, and we can close in just days. As a real estate investor and licensed agent, my team and I can give you options when you need to sell. Sell fast or sell for top dollar. You choose what's best.
Call Turner Home Team or visit theturnerhometeam.com. They'll make a no-obligation cash offer for your home today.
Turner Home Team. Pirates supporting Pirates.
Cucinella's has been serving up handcrafted pizzas with their family recipe since 1932. If you're in the mood for something different, explore the brand new pastas like the chicken parm, chicken alfredo, or penne marinara. Cucinella's also has salads, grinders, and house-made Italian ice and Italian ice lemonades. Greenville's hometown pizzeria is Cucinella's. 2 locations with pickup or delivery, and ready for your order now at cucinellas.com. Go Pirates!
Hi, this is Brian Meador from East Carolina Athletics. You're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
And welcome back in. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In on game days. Plus all the Pirate Radio podcasts like the Holton Naylor Show, the Danny Beal Show, and the Parker Bird Show. Just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and subscribe and like today. Now let's take it back in. Here's Clip.
All right. 3 straight punts in this Georgia-Tennessee game, as Georgia's going to give the ball back to the Volunteers. Tennessee leading 21-14. Backyard brawl, 7-0 at last check. West Virginia up on Pitt in the second quarter. Keeping you up to date on the Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard presented by the Buck. Might go by there on a Sunday. My team not playing, so it'll be a stress-free trip to the Buck on Sunday with the boys. Right now, we will hear from the Coastal side of things. Earlier this week, caught up with the play-by-play voice of the Chanticleers, Chris Bergen. Gave us a great scouting report and also answered the question why we have seen these struggles from the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. Here is my chat with Chris Bergen.
Chris, I can't really wrap my head around. I was just talking to Holton Naylor about this, who beat Coastal Carolina in a bowl game not that long ago, just kind of where the program was then and where they are now. And trust me, we understand the roller coaster of a football program, the ups and downs. But how did Coastal kind of get to this 0-2 point where they're looking for some answers, especially on offense?
First off, Holton's not coming Saturday to play, correct?
He is not suiting up. Yeah.
Saw enough of him at Birmingham. What a terrific performance that was, and it was fun to watch. Difficult to swallow, but it was certainly fun to watch several years ago. The program is in flux. There's no other way to phrase it. 61 new players into the program this year. I think we had over 70 in last year. I mean, it's just the current setup in college football, and it's probably affected CCU as much as anywhere. And the problem has been this season evenly divided in terms of the new players and freshmen and transfers, about 30 on one side, 30 on the other. But quarterback play has been the issue thus far, and that's the issue. I mean, we joke about Holton Naylors, but when you have a guy like him, you can win football games. And Coastal right now just has not been able to find a quarterback that they want to run the air raid offense that Drew Hollingshead was brought in from Western Kentucky to produce on the field. Part of that issue, Clip, is you have a situation where Emmett Brown was probably the guy that they wanted to be quarterback. He gets hurt midway through preseason camp. He's out for the rest of the year, so they have to go to plan B. And you had a situation where MJ Morris, Samari Collier, and also Tad Hudson, who started and played in the bowl game last year for Coastal in the Myrtle Beach Bowl against UTSA, and basically was out there on an island by himself because the majority of our guys had jumped into the transfer portal to exited themselves out of town. So just not a very good performance. So Tad was the incumbent starter, if you will, but he's having to learn a new offense. And so Emmett appeared to be the guy that they wanted to run the air raid. Seemed like he fit it perfectly. So MJ wins the job after Emmett goes down and he beats out the other guys. And MJ's just struggled. There's just no real easy way to put this. He struggled. He threw an interception against Virginia, really didn't have a whole lot of help in that game against the Cavaliers. Tough to move the football against them to begin with. And then last week just threw inexplicably bad passes. He had 3 interceptions all in the red zone against Charleston Southern. That's part of the reason that game was 13-0 and not somewhere probably where it should have been, like 40-0 or similar to your result, East Carolina's result against Campbell. That's how that game should have gone. But until that aspect is corrected, Coastal's going to struggle because they just don't have enough offensive continuity to go with what has been a pretty good defense thus far this season.
Yeah, and it will get corrected. Coastal hoping it's sooner rather than later. I'm worried it could happen this weekend. I've said all week that this has, a close game in the fourth quarter written all over it, and we'll talk about the expected atmosphere there in a moment. But the injury happened pretty late into the offseason and close to the regular season, right? And we've seen how that's affected East Carolina in years past, but maybe if that unfortunate injury happens like in December, we're talking about something different here. You kind of had to scramble before the season, right?
Well, if it happens, let's say in December, you also have time to go into the transfer portal and pick and choose a quarterback that could come in and fill in the role and run the air raid offense the way that Drew Hollingshead wants. I'm just not sure that we have that guy right now. And my guess is, Coach Beck hinted at it a little bit yesterday, that Tad Hudson will more than likely get the starts on Saturday, and we'll see how things go from there. But, I mean, it's unfortunate when you're -5 in the turnover margin where Coastal is right now through 2 ball games. They sit 130th in FBS football. Really hard to beat anybody. And like I said, the Virginia game probably got out of hand a little bit more than it should have, not because of turnovers, but because of special teams play. They ran a kickoff back for a touchdown. They blocked a punt, set up a short field for them. So made it a lot easier on their offense. And Chandler Morris didn't need any help. We needed him to go about 80 yards every time, and he probably could have done that. But our defense has actually played pretty well. First shutout is, I think I may have mentioned earlier, since Halloween of 2020 that they pitched this past week. But you start to wonder how much longer that defense can continue to go out there and get stops and continue to play with the effort they have been when they realize, guys, we may have to throw a shutout against everybody to have a chance to win.
Yeah. Chris, how about if this offense is going like it should, who are the skill guys to watch out for Pirate fans coming up on Saturday?
Well, before the season began, Clip, the coach was talking about running possibly 9 wide receivers out there. He may start to narrow that just a little bit, but some of the guys that have been back in the fold, you've got a guy like Bryson Graves, who's a fairly local product from over in Florence, which is about an hour west of Conway. So he's a local guy. You have Cam Wright, who's a big physical type wide receiver. You have Jamison Tucker, who's a great story, a kid that walked onto the program, now is a captain. And a guy that also plays on special teams, has played on special teams throughout his career. Those are the guys we should be able to rely on. But the problem is, haven't been able to get them the football to see what they can do. Then you've got some younger guys in the program, and Robbie Washington, who has checked in, along with Malcolm Gilley, who you'll also see on special teams in terms of the either punt or kickoff return. So there are some explosive players in terms of the offense in the wide receiving core. They just haven't been able to make their presence known. You can look at our numbers. Passing numbers are just minimal at best. Now, the running back room is probably the most pleasant surprise offensively. There are probably 5 guys that we can run out there. Dominic Nicely almost rushed for 100 yards this past weekend against Charleston Southern. He's a guy that the coaches were extremely high on in camp. He's a freshman. It's sort of unusual. I don't know how long he'll be able to stay here. It's tough to keep freshmen that are talented at G5 level programs, but he's been a really nice addition. You've got Jalen John, you've got Javon Edwards, and then you also have Javen Simpkins, who is a returnee. So a pretty good stable of running backs. And if we could take a little bit of pressure off of them by throwing the football better, I think the run game would open up. And the run game was very successful against Charleston Southern a week ago.
Chris Bergen joining us. Chris, looking at ECU's offense, not a lot of critiques right now in the passing game. It's looked really good with Caden Hauser at the helm. Even after the blowout, we had calls on the post-game show, the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show, about still nervous about the run game. And so how about with Coastal Carolina? You say, I've heard many people from that side say the defense is the strength of this Chanticleers team. what is the strength on the defense? Would you say, pass rush, secondary, D-line? Well, what's your answer to that?
It is probably the front seven right now.
Yeah.
And they play, and I use that term because that's what fans recognize, but Coastal's more of a 3-3-5 setup. They've got a guy who's sort of a hybrid linebacker, a safety that they hope to be able to use him to stop the run and also cover. So, but so far, I think the front four, front three have surprised a lot of people with how well they have played, sort of led by a young man who's in the program, Zeke Campbell, who came over from Louisiana Tech. He's a transfer in with Jeremiah Johnson, who's the new defensive coordinator. He did a fantastic job at Louisiana Tech last year and brought several of his guys, including several of his coaches, with him. Zeke had 2 tackles for loss, a sack and a half against Charleston Southern. The linebacking core, though, if you directly wanted to ask me where the strength is, that's where it is. And it starts with Shane Bruce in the middle. He's number one that you'll see all over the place. Will make tackles left and right. He's a captain, and he's a guy who's been in the program for a long time. He's sort of a unicorn that he stayed at Coastal as long as he has. And he's a terrific player, preseason All Sun Belt second-team selection. And then you add Wyatt Gettian over to his side, one of the other linebackers who was hurt tail end of last year. Excuse me. And is working his way back. But I would say those guys that I mentioned, especially in the linebacking room, that's probably the strength of the team. And so far, they've done a terrific job of it. They weren't able to put as much pressure on Chandler Morris as you would expect. First off, Virginia's offensive line is pretty solid. And secondly, that kid can move. They made life a lot more miserable for Zoltan Osborne last week, the Charleston Southern quarterback. So how they'll get after the guys this weekend from ECU remains to be seen. And I know Tim Beck is extremely high on Caton Hauser, just the job he has done, and some of the wide receivers you guys have, especially Anthony Smith. He directly pointed him out to me because he knows Anthony from when he played at NC State. So he knows the Blitnikoff Award watch list member. He knows how talented he is. So they're hoping they can put some pressure on Hauser, because if not, chances are he's going to be able to get it out to those wideouts on the side.
Chris Bergen joining us. Chris, you mentioned special teams earlier. That's still kind of TBD for me when it comes to ECU, Jarrett. We've had, 2 kickers, 2 punters we've already seen so far this year, and still trying to figure out exactly what we've got there. But how about on the Coastal side? You said it was, a negative previously, but how about overall for the Chanticleers?
Now, in terms of just the physical kicking, it has not been all that bad. As a matter of fact, Emil Sebafundi, the punter, his average this past week was 52 yards. He actually had a 61-yard punt against Charleston Southern.
Wow.
And so far this year, averaging right around 43 yards a kick. So he's done a nice job punting the football, and just haven't had a whole lot of opportunities to kick extra points and field goals. But in terms of the actual guys who execute that, they've played well. So I think special teams, if you guys are struggling a little bit in the punting room, that might actually be a strength and a positive in Coastal's side of the coin. It was not last week because Charleston Southern had one of the best punters in the country in Gilbert Brown. Right after Emil hit his 61-yard punt, Brown answered with an 82-yard punt, if you can believe it. So kind of gives you an idea of how defensive-minded that game was last Saturday.
Chris, looking forward to the environment we've had in Conference USA back in the day and the American. There's been some dead road environments, and East Carolina has stubbed their toe maybe as a road favorite in those environments. And the players I've talked to over the years say they'd much rather barely be able to hear than have it echoing, throughout an empty Superdome back in the day when they'd play Tulane. So for that reason, I'm excited about this game this weekend. We saw the baseball atmosphere. It looked like a freaking party down there. Had a lot of coworkers go. I did not. I watched it on TV, and it looked insane. It looked like Woodstock '99 or something at times. But how about the football? We already got people heading down there from Pirate Radio. I've talked to a ton of Pirate fans who are making the trip. So should be a festive atmosphere Saturday night.
It's funny you referenced the baseball atmosphere, and it is. They've done a terrific job over at Springsburg Stadium, and clearly the program has responded as well. But I remember coming up several years ago when we played in Greenville for an NCAA regional, and Joe Katz, who handles the radio play-by-play for us at CCU, does for baseball, and he's also our sideline reporter. He and I were just blown away by the football-like atmosphere for baseball.
Yeah.
I'm hoping this is the beginning of constantly being able to play East Carolina in football, because I think it makes a lot of sense. It's hard to believe this will just be the second meeting between the two programs and the first home and home type scenario.
Yeah.
If you scratch out the bowl game back in a couple of years ago in Birmingham, but I think the atmosphere will be outstanding. We had over 22,000 at the game for Charleston Southern, which actually set a record for most fans in attendance. They were able to eat, I think the school likes me getting this out, they were able to eat 27,000 hot dogs, which is part of the free concessions promotion. So I think, that included in the package, the ticket package, East Carolina fans, if you want, just make sure you download the Chanticleer app and you'll be able to walk through, pick up the concessions. And it's just a very easy translation. You start on one end, go all the way through the buffet line and come out the other side and go get your condiments and go right back to your seat. I think that was what the plan was. They had a drone show at halftime, which was really cool. They've worked in pyrotechnics into the team's entrance before the ball game. So Chance Miller, the new athletics director, the one mission he had when he first took over was to increase the fan experience in football, and I think he has done it tenfold. The students have come out in droves in likes that we haven't seen in years, going back to the heyday in FCS football. So I think the atmosphere, and then you throw in East Carolina on top of that, because I know the Pirates will bring a ton of people. I think it's going to be terrific. One of the better atmospheres we'll see all season on Saturday.
Chris Bergen joining us earlier in the week on Pirate Radio Live, and great scouting report from Chris. Looking forward to the awesome atmosphere tonight, and potentially a good football game as well. Punt Fest going on in Knoxville now after a 21-14 start. It is Georgia and Tennessee both finding their footing on the defensive side of the ball. South Florida, as their luck ran out, they trail Miami 7-0, and Miami potentially going on another drive here as they get close to midfield. Pitt trying to score on West Virginia, and Pitt will not score on that play. It is 7-0 Mountaineers. Pitt has it. Going to be 4th and goal, I believe. So we'll keep you up to date on all that on the Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard presented by Da Buck. Let's get another break in. When we return, we got a lot coming your way to wrap up Hour 2. Papa John's Pirate Preview and comments from Marlon Gun and J.D. Lampley. Got that as we roll on. ECU Coastal coming up in 2 hours and 30 minutes. And we're with you the entire time right here, leading up to kickoff on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this timeout.
I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have kept the fires burning for Eastern North Carolina Whole Hog Barbecue. At Sam Jones, you'll find our smokehouse pumping out wood-fired meats, cooked fresh every single day. There are no freezers at our place. Everything, and we mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Stop in and see us, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. At Sam Jones Barbecue, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors.
Are you thinking about purchasing a new home? Stop by and see us at Integrity Home Mortgage at our new location in Greenville at 1420 Arlington Boulevard. This is Talbot Green at Integrity Home Mortgage. We offer a wide variety of loan programs to help get you pre-approved. Our team of Talbot Green, Braxton Green, and Joanne Weir has over 50 years of experience and is committed to providing you with superior customer service you deserve. To get started, call me, Talbot Green, 714-2076.
Talbot Green, NMLS 120331. For informational purposes only. Integrity Home Mortgage Corporation is an equal housing lender. NMLS 208516.
In a world full of uncertainty, there's one team you can count on: the North Carolina Protection Group. Their licensed specialists bring unmatched training, integrity, and over a century of combined experience in personal protection. From executives and celebrities to families and vital assets, we provide world-class security, 24-hour video monitoring, and on-site guards. Anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Call the North Carolina Protection Group today at 919-886-6274.
Play it again, sports. Buy, sell, trade. Great deals never felt so good. So good, so good, so good. I saved a bunch of cash. Buy, sell, trade. Using my gear like I never knew I I could. Play It Again Sports, buying and selling new and used sporting and fitness equipment for over 27 years right here in Greenville. Located on Greenville Boulevard across from the Nissan dealership.
Do you ever talk to yourself about where to eat today, and then you hear
Warren's Hot Dogs?
Then you're thinking, yeah, 2 hot dogs, chips, and a drink for $7.50 would be awesome.
Warren's Hot Dogs.
And maybe some homemade lemonade, perhaps a pizza or a sub, and definitely an apple or peach turnover.
Warren's Hot Dogs.
Don't overthink where to eat today. Go to Warren's Hot Dogs in Greenville across from Ron Ayers or in Chocowinity next to the fire station. Warren's Hot Dogs, serving the Pirate Nation since 1991. Go Pirates!
QC Kinetics with another success story, and this one from our Pirate Radio family. Brian Bailey's wife, Melissa, has finally found some answer to her pain in her back.
I work in home health, so I'm constantly working with patients. That work is taking its toll on my body and my back. And all the driving that I do, I was looking for an answer. I found that answer at QC Kinetics. My pain is virtually gone, and I'm in the early stages of treatment. They say it's only going to get better from here.
Call them today for a free consultation, 494-5387. QC Kinetics.
CopyPro, the professional office systems people, have been serving Eastern North Carolina since 1971. From Greenville to Wilmington, businesses trust CopyPro for reliable technology, award-winning service, and top brands like Konica Minolta and Ricoh. Need multi-function printers, document management, or network solutions? CopyPro delivers powerful tools backed by certified technicians and a team dedicated to your success. CopyPro, professional people, professional systems, powerful results. Visit copypro.net or call 756-3175 today.
Wings Over Greenville just got bold with their new bourbon barbecue flavor. It's a triple threat, sweet, smoky, and smooth. Download the Wings Over app, enjoy the Frequent Flyer Club, earn points, unlock exclusive deals, and redeem for free food. Save your go-to orders, order ahead, and skip the line. First-time app user, get free boneless wings just for signing up. And when you order delivery through the app, you skip the middleman. No extra fees from third-party apps like Uber Eats or DoorDash. And don't forget, use the promo code PIRATE25 for 10% off your meal. So fly smart. Download the Wings Over app today or order now at wingsover.com. Wings Over, they deliver.
This is Isaiah Winstead. You're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show. Now with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, in the second quarter, Penn State is leading Villanova 13-0. In the second quarter, in the backyard brawl, West Virginia has a 7-3 lead over Pittsburgh. At the half, it is North Carolina 20, Richmond 3. And this game is turning out to be a rather interesting one. Tennessee leads Georgia 21-14 in the second quarter. North Texas leads Washington State 35-3 in the second quarter. And in the high school ranks, we have one final. Croatan beat the Pan Pac of Washington 59-14 today. Croatan, by the way, 4-0 for the first time in program history. And ECU volleyball was in action today as they took on Liberty University. Unfortunately lost the match 3-2. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of pirates in Eastern North Carolina. They have live bands every Friday and Saturday. Sunday Fun Day is back. They do a jersey giveaway every Sunday that there's an NFL game. And you can check out The Buck on social media for the latest schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
I watched the Bucks at the Buck with Alex Harper last week as Baker baked on the final drive. And wasn't the final drive. The final drive was Atlanta missing a field goal. But the previous drive to that, Baker Mayfield to Emeka Egbuka for his second touchdown of the day for the rookie. And that was fun watching that with A-Harp. Now he's watching his favorite college childhood team, West Virginia, live in Morgantown in the backyard brawl. And as Shirley said, 7-3 Mountaineers up on Pitt. All right, Miami scores again. The South Florida dream could be dead. We are about to, if not already, have a kickoff in our Maxon game of the day. It's Liberty and Bowling Green. Right now, Bowling Green has it in Liberty territory, scoreless in the first quarter. We are pulling for the Falcons in that one. All right, let's hear what Brian Bailey's got cooked up for us today on the Papa John's Pirate Preview. Take it away, BB. I'm holding.
13 of 17 through the air for Holton Naylor, and that one into the hands of Winstead. Touchdown, his second of the ball game, and ECU grabs the lead back.
That was the only other time that East Carolina and Coastal Carolina have met on the gridiron. The Pirates beat the Chanticleers in the 2022 Birmingham Bowl. Tonight, both teams come in with a win and a loss. Coastal shut out Charleston Southern last week, 13-0.
Sunbelt football. The Wayfield trip for Teal Nation is over. Football is back on a brand new surf turf, and to open up the home schedule. And off to nicely. Up the middle, Hudson takes it himself.
The Pirates should provide a lot more firepower this week, and that concerns the Coastal head coach, Tim Beck.
They're a good football team. They're well coached. They play really hard. They play fast. Offensively, they're going to run the football. They're going to RPO you, right? They're going to get you to try to commit to the run and throw the ball behind you with RPOs. And then just when they think they've lulled you to sleep, they're going to try to throw one over your head. They got really fast wide receivers. Defensively, they're multiple fronts. They move guys around. They're aggressive. They get off blocks and run well. They're good in the secondary. They're long. It's a good football team, and so we'll welcome the challenge. It's going to be a great game Saturday.
Hauser running the option, flips it out for Gun, and Gun plunges in for the score. Touchdown ECU.
East Carolina comes into this game after that 56-3 blasting of Campbell last week at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Pirate head football coach Blake Herrell likes the regional games, and he expects to see lots of purple amongst the teal tonight.
Yeah, it's our third regional game of the season where we're playing, at State and Campbell. Now you're playing another regional opponent in Coastal. And we've sold out our ticket allotment for that, so it's fired up for Pirate Nation to get down there and watch those guys, watch our guys play. And, for us, we got to continue to focus on what we do, but at the same time prepare for them. Defensively, they present a little bit different structure. They're a three-high safety, odd front, kind of like we saw last year at ODU. So Coach Baker's been spending a lot of time on that in the offseason and preparing for that defense. And then offensively, they kind of the Mike Leach air raid style. Yeah. Even though they ran for 263 yards the other night. So they're very balanced. They play two different quarterbacks. So we can be prepared for all of it.
The Pirates are favored by just over a touchdown. It's East Carolina and Coastal Carolina from Conway tonight at 7:30. For the Papa John's Pirate Preview, I'm Brian Bailey.
All right, thank you, BB. Heard a highlight of Marlon Gun getting in the end zone last week for East Carolina. He spoke to members of the media earlier this week. Let's hear what Marlon Gun had to say on our new Blue Pirate Report as he talked to reporters.
Marlon, how would you first off rate your latest dance on a scale of 1 to 10? How do you feel like it went?
Oh, that was a 9. Easy. It was way better than the one I did last year.
Okay. So next time you get in the zone, you got something new? Or
yeah, it's going to be something new. I didn't pull out the signature move. You know how that wrestler got his, his signature move, his go-to. But, yeah, I'm going to pull out something different.
A lot of different backs got in the end zone this past weekend. Just how do you feel like this running back room has come along throughout the 2 games?
Just having that brotherhood in the room. I say everybody, just watching those guys, being able to, succeed is a big key, to the room, because not only just 1 or 2 or 3 backs doing it, it's multiple of us doing it. So, just watching those guys, have fun, seeing the success and the work they put in practice, actually going out to the field and doing it, it makes, all us happy.
Definitely a big step up from the NC State game rushing-wise, but Coach said he still saw some room for improvement in that first half rushing attack. When you watch the film, what do you think could be done to, kind of open up that running game?
Just like even on the sideline, like we seen it, and it's better for us to see it before Coach brings it to our attention, which means that we're actually taking the coaching and being disciplined and being coachable, players or whatever. But it's just more as just stop guessing, just hit the hole and just go, and stop just overthinking, just play the game.
You guys, had to struggle like you did in the first game. How does that kind of motivate you guys to do what you did, coming out here Saturday?
Just bringing practice to the game. All week they stressed on, starting fast, not guessing, just hit the hole and press like we do, a drill every day, like one cut go, like, don't, study your feet, chatter your feet, like don't guess, like don't bounce, just go.
How big of a boost does that quick start give you compared to getting in a hole in week 1?
Just using that as motivation, coming out, seeing, the corrections that we needed to make, and, just don't want to ever come out like that again. So, just building off it, and we got back to the drawing board this morning. So, just basically correcting everything and, making sure that we never start like that again.
What do you see out of Coastal on film?
They could give us some, it's just a simple defense, similar to Old Dominion from last year. So, we'll probably just kind of go back and forth between those films and just watch it. But, they just have that, 3 high safety look. Would be good, though.
Blake kind of talked about it's unique defense, but at the end of the day, you kind of still have to worry about what you guys do right at high levels, so you kind of the mindset.
Yes, sir. It's just, no matter what was put in front of you, you just got to be ready for whatever. Whatever comes at you, you just got to be ready for it.
So at the end of your playing days, maybe open up a dance studio?
Nah, I wouldn't do that. I'm not the best dancer.
How much preparation throughout the week goes into the dance stretch to get the end zone?
Oh, that's just born. That's just instilled in me. It's just in me. We from Louisiana, what we do, it's in us.
With all those running back scores, you gonna say something to Lacey and Montgomery about trying to get their celebration game up?
Yeah. See, London hit me with a thriller dance last year against Tully. I told him he can't do that no more. But London gonna come up with something. Lacey, I don't know. I told him he might have to do the cheeseburger celebration or something. So I'll make sure I get him right.
There's been 2 guys that started in the last couple of games for you guys. So you had Parker out there first for you guys. But does that matter to you guys, or you guys just out there looking at your touch?
Nah, that really don't matter. It just you do what you're doing when your number called. That's all it is. Just stay ready, and it really shouldn't bring you down. Just next play mentality. And then when if they happen to make mistakes and no starts, then you just come to the sideline and you just basically listen for what coach is telling them, so you won't go out there and do the same thing.
All right, Marlon Gun talking dancing, talking running on our new Blue Pirate Report, trying to find that end zone again. 2 touchdowns in 2 games for Marlon. I asked him, ran into him at UBE the day before last week's game, and said, why didn't you dance against State? And he said, because the ref hesitated and he didn't know if he scored a touchdown or not. It was pretty clear he got in last week, so he hit the Louisiana jig, and hopefully we see that a couple times tonight against Coastal Carolina. On the defensive side, boy, shout out to Josh Aldridge, Blake Herrell, and the fellas on the defensive side. We were worried about that going into the year. So far, so good, and they'll try to keep that rolling against a struggling offense tonight in Coastal. J.D. Lampley has been a big part of it, and he answered questions earlier this week.
J.D., just kind of talk about we'll start with Saturday's game. How do you feel like you played defensively as a unit?
I feel defensively we cleaned some things up, but we still got some stuff to work on. But I feel like we did a much better job starting fast, getting on them early, just coming out the gate hard.
When you hold team to just 3 points, what is there that you look for on film the next time out? Because it seemed like you guys dominated.
Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff we could have done better. They had, I think, 100-something passing yards. We could have really, they got a bunch of those on that one play. We had them pinned deep on our end of the field, and then they got a long, screen. We just look for stuff like that, what we could have done better to just be perfect. We strive for perfection. We know you can't be perfect, but we got to try to.
You see 2 quarterbacks like you did, you come on the field at the same time like you did on Saturday. You might see that again this week. How do you think you guys did with that?
Yes, sir. The coaches did a good job just having us prepared. We saw it all week. We were ready for it. So whenever it came in the game, it wasn't anything we hadn't seen yet. So they just did a good job. We were prepared well.
Going on the road, it's Sounds like there'll be a lot of ECU fans there. What would that mean to you guys if you show up and there's a bunch of purple and Conway?
I mean, a lot. It's always good to see Pirate fans on the road, especially like the bowl game. We had a bunch there. It's always good to see. I feel like we always have games at most away games, but I mean fans at most away games. But yeah, it's always fun whenever they're there.
Aside from the two quarterback, what challenges do you see from Coastal's offense?
Well, I mean, they got some players who are like they got some speed on their offense, but I mean we do too on defense. We just got to do a good job running to the ball, playing with effort, playing together.
You guys as a defense face a lot of questions going into the season. You probably still have some things to prove, but you feel like you entered the season with a big chip on your shoulder as a defense just because there was a lot of unknown with you guys?
Yes, sir. Because I feel like, especially as like D-line, because I feel like with everybody leaving last year, or not leaving, just graduating, I feel like we took it personal as a unit just because like everybody didn't think that we can fill in their shoes, I guess you should say. Like everybody was thinking like, is the D-line going to be able to hold up this year? So we've taken that personal and we're trying to prove everybody wrong every game.
Building off that, when you guys leave, there will have to be another wave of young men step in, and a lot of those guys got some playing time, some of them their first college playing time this past weekend. Was there any of those guys that impressed you on the defensive line, young guys?
I mean, yeah, we got a bunch of young talent. Jacoby Martin, Evan Powell got his first. They both got their first snaps. Dom, Moody, they all did. Devon, we got so much young talent, especially in the D-line. The next couple years is going to be fun to watch.
And what's it like to see you guys, rotate in and out like that as much as you guys are? How do you feel about that situation?
I love it because it helps everybody. It helps us stay fresh throughout the whole game. So like you feel the same as you do in the fourth quarter, basically, as you do in the first. And then like it's a trust thing. Like we all trust each other, so we know like if I could have made that play, he could have made it. It's vice versa.
Can you take us through that play where your helmet got ripped off? Did you think that was a live ball?
I was hoping it was. I heard the whistle. I don't know. I wish it would have counted.
It must have been like seeing Josiah Robinson make some plays. He's dealt with a lot of injuries.
Yes, sir.
What's it like seeing him make some plays?
It's been great. I love JR. We just working with him all summer, all season. We ride the facility a lot together because we live right by each other. So it's just great to see him making plays. Because like we always say in our room, like when one of us make a play, everybody does.
How have you seen Preston step up? I know he got to start last week. How have you seen him step up?
Just stepping up and trying, like I said, trying to prove everybody wrong, thinking D-line couldn't hold up to last year's standard. And then I feel like him, Zion, all of them have done a good job. Justin, Ben, Ryan, all of them have done a good job stepping up into that role and playing good.
There is J.D. Lampley, defense, looking to put another good performance together tonight against Coastal Carolina. Again, a team that scored 7 in a blowout loss to Virginia and 13 in a shutout win over Charleston Southern. Charleston Southern could not pull the FCS over FBS win. Tarleton State did over Army. And I was going to ask you guys, have we had did any come to mind, FCS over FBS wins? Because I was going to mention Delaware was leading UConn, but UConn just scored 31-28. Now they lead Delaware.
I hate to tell you, but Delaware's now Division I.
Thank you for telling me that. And you're exactly right. And I consider myself a man of faith. I may never pick up this microphone again. I apologize.
Just get Jared to pray for you.
I apologize to Joe Flacco. Biden, wasn't he from Delaware?
Yeah. No. I thought he's from Pennsylvania. I don't know. Google.
And now I think you're going to have to do an apology.
I'm so used to apologizing all the time.
He is... Wait a minute. Okay, hold on.
Are we both wrong?
Hold on.
Okay.
He was born at the office in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
But wasn't he... Okay. Senate campaign in Delaware. He was a Delaware politician.
Okay, so we'll call it a draw.
Both take
we'll
it.
call it a draw.
We'll both take that. All right.
If you want some FCS over a FBS game, Youngstown State at halftime is hanging in there with Michigan State. It's 10-17. The Penguins are hanging on.
I was going to ask the other gentleman, what is the mascot? What is the nickname of Youngstown State? The Penguins. That is a fun one. And the logo is a penguin with a scarf on, right?
Thank you, Zack Kaplan.
Sean, we've talked about the struggling offense of Coastal, and Chris Bergen was talking about their punter earlier. He said that punter better be good. He will be punting a lot tonight. So Sean thinks we get another good performance from this Pirate defense. And Jamie says Jackson keeping clip straight. As much as I go after Jackson, he likes when Jamie likes when others come after me.
I think Jamie just likes when people come after people.
But
Jamie's a very big instigator.
You gotta do that. I mean, as the host of the show, I need to be spitting out factual information.
True.
And I was not doing that a moment ago. Let's take another break. We'll come back, and we got hour 3. We'll have a couple of trips out to Conway on the Turner Home Team Live Line. We'll talk to Jared Watkins and also Zack Kaplan when we return. Hour 3, Bud Light, pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
Fall is hands down the best time to be at Fish Street Hardware in downtown Greenville. We've got live music, trivia, singo, karaoke, and more to keep your nights lively. Plus, game days are back and better than ever with home and away tailgate parties as we cheer on the Pirates all season long. Make NFL Sunday your new Sunday fun day with brunch at 10 a.m., games all day, and doors open until 9. We're extending our hours on Fridays and Saturdays, now open until 11 with live music from 8 to 11, including monthly full band shows. Stay connected on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok at Fish Street Hardware and come see what all the buzz is about this fall at Hardware.
East Coast Grading and Utilities is your source for clearing, hauling dirt, and concrete work. East Coast Grading and Utilities handles all sewer and water issues as well.
I'm David Bond. Whether putting in a new subdivision or helping you with any and all of your drainage problems, I can get the job done. Call me at 531-7494.
No job is too big or too small. East Coast Grading and Utilities. Friends helping friends. 531-7494 for East Coast Grading and Utilities.
And it's first and goal for the Johnsons. They're looking to score their dream home. They hand it off to ENC Pirate Realty, Alan Tate, and boom! Touchdown! That's a home sold in record time.
It's a great thing they handed it to ENC Pirate Realty. The last drive, they tried to sell their own home and fumbled.
Whether you're buying, selling, or just scouting the field, the winning play is ENC Pirate Realty Alan Tate. Visit ENCPirateRealty.com today, where we bring championship service to every yard. At ENC Pirate Realty Alan Tate, they close the deal or someone walks the plank.
Go Pirates!
Now is the time to plan your end-of-year celebrations. The Beaufort Hotel offers a festive and elegant setting to make your holiday party unforgettable. It's the perfect coastal location for gathering colleagues, friends, or family. The Beaufort Hotel is now accepting private event reservations for December. For everything from cozy dinners to spirited receptions, the Beaufort Hotel catering team can help you create a memorable event filled with seasonal flavors, coastal charm, and impeccable service. And save you time to celebrate, too. Make it a real holiday party, then spend the night safe and sound in the luxury of the Beaufort Hotel. Turn your holiday party into a true getaway. Ask about reserving a group block of rooms for your guests. It's a celebration made easy, all under one roof. Call the Beaufort Hotel at 252-728-3000. That's 252-728-3000. And make your holiday event this year memorable at the Beaufort Hotel.
Looking for your new favorite hangout spot? Come on down to the Doghouse Tavern, Aiden's veteran-owned crown jewel on 2nd Street. From open mic Mondays to music bingo Thursdays, there's always something happening. Enjoy daily drink specials, one of the best bar menus around, and live music that'll keep you coming back for more. Grab your friends, kick back, and support local at the Doghouse Tavern. Check us out on Facebook to see what's on tap this week. The Doghouse Tavern, where good times and great vibes live.
Hey Pirate Nation, warm weather is here and it's time to get back on the boat. And at Stroud's Marine, they're stocked up with over 26,000 pre-owned parts. They got everything you need from propellers, lower units, trim units, electrical and fuel parts, and just about anything else you need for an outboard. Stay up to date with the latest deals, parts, and promotions by following them on social media. And as always, their mission is to save you money and get you back on the water as quickly as possible. Remember, they're just around the corner. Stop by the shop at 865 Rivet Street in Greenville. For more information, head to StroudsMarine.com. Stroud's Marine, your best source for salvaged outboard parts.
Looking for something better than bottled water? Reach for Chili Water. Pure, ice-cold refreshment straight from the Black Creek Aquifer right here in eastern North Carolina. No plastic bottles, just clean, crisp water in ocean-friendly cans because you deserve better. Made by Carolina Ice Company, 3 generations deep, and named for a local legend who loved fishing, music, and the great outdoors. And now, Chili Water is shipping 12-packs straight to your door. Every can helps protect the water we all love. Chili Water. The good water in your hand.
Want to make your day better? You can now order 2 large original crust one-topping pizzas from Papa John's for only $9.99 each. Take advantage of this awesome carry-out special now by logging on to papajohns.com and make today a pizza day for only $9.99 each. Papa John's is an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards and start earning points for your favorite menu items. Go Pirates!
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
And welcome back in. The Pirate Radio app is here. Download in your Apple or Google store today for your all-access pass to everything Pirate Nation. Live 24/7 streaming, exclusive coverage, on-demand podcasts and interviews, and more. Stay connected and stream the Pirate Radio app wherever you go in your vehicle with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Download the Pirate Radio app today, powered by Flatlands Jessup Insurance and Carolina Caliber. The voice of the Pirate Nation is now in the palm of your hand. Now, let's take it back in. Here's Clip.
I feel like Thanos holding that Pirate Radio app in my hand. Thanos, however the hell you say it. Jamie said, Clip is usually right. You have to take advantage when he's not, but you should probably let the boss win, Jackson. Bad move. Strong disagree. If I say something wrong, I want to be checked. I want to be called out, and I will never hold that against anyone. But if I say something right and you say I'm wrong, I will hold it against you for the rest of my life and your life.
Oh, wow.
And I'll just say your life because I'll make it my goal at that point to outlive you so I can be at your funeral.
I'll never forget the time he said that Delaware was Division 2. I'll never forget.
Oh, man. All right, welcome back. Hour 3 of Pirate Radio's edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We go to the Turner Home Team Live line and talk to J-Bone, Jared Watkins, who joins us from Conway. Hello, Jared.
B-Bo, what's going on?
Hey, J-Bone. How was your trip?
Drive was long last night, but thankfully Dave's Hot Chicken escaped before the ride started. So
Jared was very nervous about eating hot chicken before a long ride to Conway, South Carolina. Glad you got there. Glad everything went the way you hoped it would. All right, Jared, where are you currently? Where are you is my question.
About to get run over if I don't cross the street quick enough. Walking through some tailgate lots, getting some pictures, some videos, interacting with Pirate fans and Coastal fans.
Chandler said it almost like an ECU home game when he looked out. He saw a row of purple tents. Heavy Pirate purple presence there?
Yeah, it really just seems like a bunch of Coastal students. I haven't really seen a lot of older Coastal fans. But yeah, Pirates have taken over for sure.
Vibe check for the game.
10.
Oh,
10 all week. I don't think Coastal's very good no matter who's under center. The only thing that really concerns me is their defensive line. But I think offensive line will be clicking enough to protect Caden Hauser and maybe open up a run game.
Betting wise, I haven't put anything on this game. I'm going to bet on the under, and it's one of those where if it loses, I'm okay with that because the signs, like Coastal has not done anything offensively. But I feel like if I take the over, or even if I don't bet on it, and it's a 28-13 game or something, I'm gonna feel stupid that I didn't take the under. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd feel worse about not taking and losing than I would betting it and losing. You know, so.
I think the under is probably the safest bet because I'm not really going to count the 56 points we put up last week when it comes to a point total. And we scored 17 against State. Coastal averages 10 points a game. And I've been saying 23-7 all week. I don't feel like a lot of points will be scored.
Well, and I think ECU should get close to 30 just about every week. Maybe not against BYU, maybe not against NC State, but like every week we should put up 24 to 38 points, I feel like. But even if they do that, you know, does Coastal get 27, 28, the requisite they need to get this over? I don't know. I just don't see it. So I'm going to go under in this game. You got the Pirates early in the week with a good number, right?
Yeah, I took Pirates -6.5, parlayed that with State -7.
Yeah.
On Sunday night, I believe, Sunday or Monday.
Yeah, that could be a big winner for you coming up. Jared, we'll do fantasy picks at the end with the crew here, Avery and Nick and Shirley and Jackson. What Pirate do you have going off today?
That's tough. I'm going to stick to the tight ends. I've been high on the tight ends first 2 weeks, so not sure what the Cereal Riles status is. So I'll go Javante Connor to get in the box.
All right, he did it against NC State. Riles did it last week. That brings us our Orthopedics East injury report, brought to you by Orthopedics East, offering a variety of services that will get you back in the game for experienced and professional medical care. Visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville, orthoeast.com online. Yeah, and we don't get an injury report, so we don't know. But Riles banged up last week. Xavier McIver, that was a weird one. Got hurt in the state game. Talked to the media the following Monday, and then didn't play last week. So we expect him to be out as well. Anything else injury-wise, Jared, you're concerned about tonight?
Not really. I'm just going based off what I've seen the last 2 weeks, and I haven't noticed anything else. I didn't even notice Xavier McIver until I got on the field last week or the second half, and he wasn't dressed.
Yeah. All right.
Really just Cereal Riles. That's a big weapon we need.
You'll be excited about this. Bruce Willis is in the chat. He says Anthony Smith is his guy. Jamie says Brock Spalding will have another touchdown.
I think Bruce Willis is right. Hope he's doing well. Heard the dementia's getting worse as time goes by. So
that's rough.
For Bruce.
Yeah. All right, Jared. Enjoy the game, buddy.
Yes, sir. Enjoy the rest of the show and enjoy the fifth quarter tonight.
Hey, enjoy your life.
You too, Sebo.
All right, J-Bone. There he is, Jared Watkins, joining us on the Turner Home Team Live Line. We will stay on that Turner Home Team Live Line and talk to Zack Kaplan. And I'm getting the thumbs up from Jackson. He's now he's waving 2 thumbs up. He's nodding his head. Yes, we have him. So we'll go out now to Zack. Hey, Zack, what's up? Why are you now? You're saying yes. He's still.
Why do you guess like
I don't know. I'm just having fun, man.
Gosh.
Just having a little fun on
All
a
right,
Saturday.
Well, look, while we're waiting on Shirley to call Zack, Bowling Green just dodged a bullet for us. Their Liberty was inside the red zone, threw a passing touchdown, got called back to a holding call, pushed out of the red zone, then missed the field goal.
Oh man!
Love it. All right, we got him. We got my boy.
All right. Well, I guess we don't have Zack Kaplan, so we will not go to him. We got him. Zack's on the Turner Home Team Live Line. Hey, Zack.
Hey, Cliff. How are you?
I am good. You are coming to us from a bathroom stall. Where are you? That echo was pronounced.
No, I almost went on the balcony thinking that was a good spot, but it is so loud out there. So I'm gonna I'm talking to you from the Mario and Josh Norman Fieldhouse.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we heard about that from Chris Bergen. I asked if Mike Tolbert or Josh Norman ever show their faces around there, and he brought up that Josh Norman spent a lot of money for that facility and made sure his brother's name was on it first. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Well, and then we were actually talking about it in the press box as I thought about it, and it's like if it was the Josh and Mario Norman Fieldhouse, like it almost sounds like it's Mario's, but it kind of makes more sense that it's like, and you would abbreviate it, and either way you would abbreviate it to be like the Josh Norman Fieldhouse. So if you were to like shorthand just saying it, so it probably makes more sense that his name is second, and he looks selfless for doing it.
Fascinating stuff. Zack Kaplan joining us on the Turner Home Team Live Line. Jamie says Zack sounds like he's hiding. What, did you piss off Bailey? Be honest. Are you hiding from Brian Bailey?
No, I haven't ticked him off yet. I'm gonna knock on this wooden.
Did you pick a good food spot? He talked about the place y'all were at.
Yeah, we were at Tongi's before. I got a buddy. Shout out my friend Max Curran, who went here to Coastal. He works for Louisville Football now, actually, as one of their content creators. And I texted him, and he immediately was like, "Tongi's, go there. You won't be disappointed." And yeah, the food was good. We actually ran into Jim Zoki and Andrew
Nice.
Hayes. So we were talking to them for a bit. It was a good time.
Zach, I like these meetings with Coastal, and I'm not just talking football. I like the baseball series. I like playing them in basketball. Fun little deal, and they've got some fans and some rowdy fans, which makes for a festive atmosphere and environment when the teams get together. And I'm looking forward to seeing that from afar tonight. You'll be kind of there in the middle of it. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, two things to add to that clip. One, everyone has been exceedingly nice here so far, really nice. And I wasn't here for the baseball regional because we had Rose baseball and Conley softball and a couple of teams from Lenore County playing for state championships that weekend. So I never actually made it down for the baseball regional, but everyone here has been absolutely just really nice so far. And they have it set up their AD. They have a AD who's kind of he's talked to Jesse Cole from the Savannah Bananas. He's a guy with a lot of big ideas. I was just talking to one of the associate ADs here about it, and you can kind of see it. I'm looking out right now, just beyond the stadium. There's food trucks assembled. They got kind of a teal walk, if you will, with all kinds of vendors and stuff. I mean, they really have, for a place that you got to remember didn't exist 20 years ago, and really has only been FBS for a decade. They really have built it up and out to be pretty impressive.
Let's talk about the game, Zach. And again, we were just talking about the total and how the big over-under number. But just week to week, you never know. And this was somewhat predictable. But, for example, West Virginia just goes on a punt fest last week against Ohio, scores 10 points in a loss. And right now, they lead Pittsburgh in the third quarter. So you knew that they would wake up from the mat. I guess my point is, at some point, this Coastal Carolina is going to score points. I guess Vegas thinks it happens today. But how about you? What kind of game do you think we'll see coming up tonight as far as points go?
Well, I think, we've seen growing pains from Coastal's offense. We talked about it when I jumped on with y'all on Thursday, but it's just, they haven't figured it out with the quarterback. They obviously had a guy in camp who they thought was the starter. He goes down not long before the start of the season, so they're rushing to get NC State transfer and the Maryland transfer MJ Morris ready. The problem is he hasn't been any good at all. And, I don't know. I don't really get it. He wasn't good at Maryland. He hasn't been good here. So, now you got to go to option 3, Tad Hudson, the kid who went to Huff High School from Huntersville, just outside of Charlotte, played at UNC for a minute. So they're kind of just trying to figure it out offensively. And I don't know. I mean, this Pirate defense, as bad as they looked in the first half, it feels like on both sides of the ball clip, they looked so bad in the first half of that state game. But really the last 6 quarters have looked like a different team, albeit 4 of those against an FCS school. But, you figure the Pirates can put up points, but it's just a matter for Coastal of figuring out what they want a quarterback and trying to put some confidence in the guy. I feel like it has to be Tad Hudson today to start, and that's where it begins for them if they want to put up points. I have been surprised to see some of the movement. I know the Pirates are up to 9.5 as well.
Yeah.
They've been 7.5 all week. So weekend big money coming in on ECU, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, is it public or is it Sharps, whatever? But I could see how public money would come in, because a lot of times you look at, all right, what's this team done so far? And they see Coastal get blown out and Coastal, sleepwalk their way through a Charleston Southern win. So, I mean, it doesn't shock me that more money would be coming in on ECU at this point. Bruce in the Chili Water Chat Gang on YouTube says, can you imagine getting recruited to Coastal thinking you're going to go to school at the beach and you show up and it's Conway? LOL. That's got to be a bad day. So, like, how far is Conway from the beach?
Like 20 minutes.
Okay. So it's not exactly waterfront, but
it's not exactly waterfront, but it's also not like Greenville to Morehead City.
Okay.
Like it's at least quite a bit closer to that. I mean, you wouldn't describe Greenville as right on the coast either. Although there's probably people who think it is because they're the Pirates and oceans and that kind of deal.
Yeah, oceans and that kind of deal. Penn State up 21-0 on Villanova. They continue to play a high school football schedule, and that's not true. Villanova's are they still a good FCS program, Zach?
Sorry, I was snoring. I actually fell asleep because I just waiting for my Nittany Lions to play a real team.
That does kind of suck that like football season kicks off and you can't get excited for like a month, really.
Yeah, and they in Penn State's defense, they had Virginia Tech on the schedule for 2025. When I was in school, they were supposed to do a home and home the COVID year, and that got canceled because of COVID. And Virginia Tech and canceling series, Pirate fans will know a thing or two about.
They love canceling a series.
Tell you what, I mean, they really do. So, like, that's the. They wouldn't have played FIU last week if Virginia Tech hadn't canceled it. But no, I mean the season starts the 27th. I'm kind of like half protesting the fact they're playing an FCS team by not paying attention at all.
Okay, good for you.
To work, so there's that. But it's just the season starts the 27th in Happy Valley.
All right, Zach, if you're able to escape that escape room that you're in. I'll give you a weather report. John Moody reporting live from the GG lot in Conway, South Cac. The Pirate Game Day weather report brought to you by your ad here. Mostly cloudy, strong breeze, 79 degrees. Thank you, John Moody, for that.
There's some storms offshore. I was watching our weather report last night, Jerry Jackson, the Channel 9, and there was some storms offshore. I told him we need to keep them offshore. That's the perks of being 20 minutes inland, right? You don't get hit by those, so you gotta look at it that way too.
All right, Zach, have fun, man. We'll check in with you next week on Pirate Radio Live, and maybe see you at the Buck. Pats Dolphins. You're not excited about that one either.
No, I'm not. Hopefully I don't sound too hollow in this stairwell that I've escaped to talk to you in. No, not excited for that. I am excited. I tell you, Cliff, I mean, ever since I got here to Greenville, I've heard about how, fun of packed out Ficklin is.
Yeah.
And they got to win tonight to set that up. I want to see it. I haven't seen it yet since I got here. Got to see it.
I'm with you, buddy. I want you to see it. And you're right. That's kind of my main objective for this week. Win any kind of way possibly tonight. I don't care if it's pretty, whatever. But it'll set up a big week for us with the BYU coming to town. All right, Zach. Appreciate you, man.
Thanks for having me.
WNCT Channel 9's Zack Kaplan joining us on the Turner Home Team Live Line. All right, let's take a break. Bud Light pregame tailgate. Game days are for Pirate traditions and beer. Celebrate the season with an ice cold Bud Light. Always easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Bud Light, please drink responsibly. Go Pirates. We'll be back with you with Holton Naylor when we return after this.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown." Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Saturday
Saturdays are your day to kick back, relax, and have fun. That's why Ottavola Market Cafe is the perfect place to go for dinner, drinks, and takeout. Ottavola is open every Saturday at 4 p.m. on the bar side, serving a special selection of menu favorites of appetizers, pastas, and specialty pizzas. Whether it's dine-in, takeout, or drinks with friends, Ottavola is the best choice every Saturday starting at 4 o'clock. Visit OttavolaMarket.com to see what's new, and visit Ottavola on Red Banks Road every Saturday starting at 4. Pirates supporting pirates.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Caroline Cook, and if you need an experienced realtor from Eastern North Carolina that was born a pirate, then give me a call. I'm committed to helping you find your dream home, selling your property for the best possible price, and providing top-notch real estate services. I pride myself on local knowledge, professionalism, and commitment to exceeding your expectations. Explore my website, CarolineCookHomes.com, to learn more about the services I provide and the properties I have to offer. Start your real estate journey today by calling 341-1992. Go Pirates.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
Beauty Bar Medi Spa offers non-surgical aesthetics. Our expert team of licensed professionals is dedicated to offering personalized solutions giving you stunning natural-looking results. Fall into beauty with our biggest sale of the year starting September 15th. Enjoy exclusive savings and products including Botox, Xeomin, dermal fillers, laser treatments, hydrofacials, and more. Don't miss out on this incredible sale. September 15th through September 26th. Beauty Bar Medi Spa is located on 1021 Red Banks Road. For more information on all of our services, visit beautybarmedispa.com. Fall into beauty and mark your calendars. Go Pirates!
Meet the Kawasaki Nav, our first ever personal transportation vehicle designed for cruising the good life. The Kawasaki Nav 4E puts the fun in functional with a premium, sporty design and comfort for the whole family. Fully electric and loaded with storage, modern tech, and more. The Kawasaki Nav won't just wow you, it'll wow the neighbors. Be the first to nav the neighborhood. Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11, north of the airport in Greenville.
Russell's is a full-service clothing store for both men and women. Family-owned and operated in historic downtown Washington for 41 years. This is Rhonda from Russell's, and we visit the country's largest markets to bring you quality clothing at affordable prices. From the finest in men's suits, sports coats, and accessories to fashionable dresses, tops, and jewelry for the women. Our attention to every detail means personal service and in-house alterations. Give Russell's a try. You, our pirate friends and customers at Russell's Clothing in downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
Washington's favorite place to eat and where all the locals go is down on Main Street. Down on Main Street is now open 7 days a week. Stop by for the house salad with grilled chicken, the half club sandwich with chips, or everyone's favorite, the fried shrimp plate. After work, Down on Main Street is the perfect spot for dinner and drinks on the patio. Join Down on Main every Wednesday for half-price wings from 4 p.m. to close. Down on Main Street in historic downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
This is Parker Bird from ECU Baseball, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right. Penn State has tacked on another 11 points. They now lead they now lead Villanova 24-3 in the third quarter. West Virginia and Pittsburgh are still knotted at 7-3. That score has been that way since pretty much all of the first half. They are now in the third quarter. North Carolina scored a touchdown. They lead Richmond 27-3 in the fourth quarter. It is Tennessee 21, Georgia 17 in the third. North Texas leads Washington State 45-3 in the third. It's Iowa State 17, Arkansas State 10. And Texas leads UTEP at halftime by a score of 14-3. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. They have live bands every Friday and Saturday. Sunday Fun Day. You can catch all the games on all of their TVs, and they do a jersey giveaway. And you can check out The Buck on social media for up-to-date schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
Rolling along in hour number 3 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Georgia has it in the red zone, trailing by 4. Let's see what they do on this play. Little pitch out to the right. Got some room. And they are going to have, that's close to a first down. Either first and goal or third and inches. Looks like it's going to be third and inches, just inside the 10-yard line. We go out to the Turner Home Team live line. Holton Naylor joins us on the program. Holt, how you doing?
Cliff, what's up, man? Doing good. Hope you are.
Yes, sir. Let me take you back to December 27th, 2022. Holton Naylor threw a Birmingham Bowl record 5 touchdown passes. This is a box score that you probably want framed in your living room, Holt. 26 of 38, 300 yards, 5 touchdowns. That's a QBR of 85. I am sorry to say you did not have the highest QBR for an East Carolina passer that day. C.J. Johnson had a 100 QBR. He was 1 for 1 with 14 yards.
Yeah, Cliff, I should have scored that touchdown, too, that he threw to me. I definitely thought there was a guy in front of me, and I turned around and there was no one there. And so I should have scored. Should have done a little bit better there. Did not. So could have been even a better stat line, I guess.
You never know about bowl games, Holt, who's playing, who's not. Grayson McCall did play in this game, but unfortunately for Coastal, unfortunately for football fans that wanted to see a shootout with 2 gunslinging quarterbacks, he got hurt in that game, and East Carolina rolled really early and often, 10-0 in the first quarter, and never looked back. But Holt, what a way to go out for you with those 5 touchdowns. What comes to mind when you think back to that game?
Yeah, just everything we planned on kind of felt good going into it. We felt good about the game plan. And then we just went out there and executed. We kind of knew going into it, like, look, a lot of these guys were like me, Zay Winstead, Ryan Jones, CJ at that point, his last game, Keaton Mitchell's last game. A lot of the guys that had kind of been there together for a while. It was our last game doing it. Ended up being Shane Calhoun's last game as a Pirate. So, it was just a good, group of guys that wanted to go out there and play well their last time. So, yeah, man, we just went out there and executed.
And I talked to you about this week. I even mentioned it to Chris Bergen, the play-by-play voice of Coastal. A lot has changed with that Coastal program since then, and you had some of the answers when you joined us earlier in the week as to why Coastal is where they are now, but they don't look anything like they did 3 years ago, Holt.
Not at all. It's almost like that bowl game was like the beginning of like the little downfall.
Yeah.
Look, they're still a respectable program, but my college years, like they were probably a top 5 G5 school all of those years. They had a really good, Grayson McCall obviously was really good. They had a really good coach, obviously, Isaiah Likely, who now plays for the Ravens.
Yeah.
Was a really good tight end too. So, they had a bunch of really good years then. And look, they're still a respectable team. We got to go and handle business tonight, but I think we should.
I've asked a ton of former guys this whole, and we've had those atmospheres in the Conference USA days in an empty Superdome or a lazy night in Tulsa, Oklahoma with nobody there. And you've got what you have tonight, which is going to be not a big crowd numbers-wise, but a packed house, a fun environment. And just about everybody I've talked to, maybe everybody across the board, has said, give me that loud road atmosphere, me against the world, versus where we can actually communicate and hear everything, right? Like that road environment could actually help us get up, right? You like that?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%. That's what you play the game for. And especially, like, my favorite thing traveling was always, like, traveling and just, like, seeing the ECU fans who travel. It's like those people literally took time out of their lives wherever they lived and traveled, or they lived there, and it's their one time of the year they can see the Pirates.
Yeah.
I always thought that was really cool. And, like, tonight, obviously, I wouldn't be surprised if ECU has just as many as Coastal fans have. So, nights like this are fun. That's why you play the game. That's why the localness of playing schools like that, I've been an advocate ever since I literally stopped playing, of saying let's play more local games, because that's what makes it fun for fans, for players, for everyone.
Holton Naylor's joining us. He'll be here on the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show late night. Holt, even after the blowout last week, we got some calls about the O-line and the run game. And where are you at right now through 2 games on this run game? What have you thought so far, and what will it look like tonight and moving forward, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think his next 2 games are huge. I think just for the team in general. I think, you got to see eventually, you got to see some more explosiveness out of the run game. But at the same time, the offensive pass game has been so explosive that you really haven't needed it that much. But to win big games, you're eventually going to have to make, explosive runs and kind of take some pressure off of Caton's arms, off of this receiving core that's playing really, really well right now. But, yeah, I mean, I think eventually you got to get some explosives. That's just something I would look at. And we talk about the environment, going and playing an environment like that. If you get a lead, you want to obviously build on the lead, and then you want to keep the lead, and you keep the lead by running the football.
Look, we've seen here at ECU that maybe you don't make the right call coming out of camp, and you got to change the quarterback early in the season. We saw it with Rio Johnson to Shane Carden. We saw it with Reed Harrington, the guy that I'm talking to on the phone. And we could be seeing that at Coastal after 2 weeks with Morris to this Tad fella. So does that make you nervous at all, Holt? That maybe you know what kind of spark that could bring, and Coastal's not going to be this bad offensively all year long. Does it make you nervous at all that we might see a QB change and spark something tonight?
Yeah, I wouldn't say nervous is the thing. I mean, look, anytime you kind of bring in another quarterback, there's going to be some sort of energy, and it seems like Coastal just needs energy on offense.
Yeah.
I think MJ Morris has the most upside, so, I mean, I don't mind them trying to go play other kids. I've actually trained with both of them. I don't even know how to pronounce the other kid's name from Carolina, but I've trained with him, so he was a big-time recruit, went to Carolina. So, yeah, man, I think they're both talented. I really don't know. I haven't seen much film on, what's going on there. I just know they just literally can't move the ball and can't score.
Well, Holton, I'm like you were week 1 until you caved. I like the under tonight.
Well, I'm the only bet I'm taking is the Pirates spread. I got it at 6.5. I feel amazing about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cliff. I was literally all offseason. I said the under versus NC State was amazing, and then an hour before the game time, I think all you and Cade and everyone just talked me into it. So I'm taking the spread. I'm taking the spread tonight. The Pirates are 2-0 with the spread, and I feel like we'll handle business tonight.
All right, looking to get to 3-0 in that column, 2-1 in the actual win-loss column, and set up a big week for BYU next week. Holton, good stuff. We'll talk to you after the game, man.
Hey, can't wait. See you, Clip.
There is Holton Naylor's joining us on the Turner Home Team live line. All right, let's reset for a moment. What do we got going on? Give me a Bowling Green update. Maxon, a.k.a. the Jack Man, is 2-0 on his Mac plays of the day. And right now, we've got Bowling Green plus 5.5. They have a 3-0 lead over Liberty with the football. Feeling very good. Now, Jackson, you came up with this play Thursday, and you based some of it off of what Liberty did last week, which was what? Remind me.
So last week, Liberty went on the road against Jacksonville State and put up a abysmal performance against them. They couldn't stop anything. Could not put points on the board. The only time they really scored was off of 2 busted plays. Like, the play was completely dead. It was just a desperation throw by the quarterback where he kind of just throws it blindly and it, just falls into their lap. So it's more they got lucky to get on the scoreboard. There were no, real good draws and real good design plays that they're, taking off and scoring on.
Well, they're not showing a pulse in this one yet. The problem is Bowling Green only has 3. This is the worst college football game of the day.
Yes,
and I'm so happy that I'm invested in it. 3-0 in the late, midway through the second quarter.
And so the only thing that I'm nervous about it is the other take that I was thinking about doing was I was going to take Kent State at Buffalo today. It was their conference opener for both teams. Buffalo was a 20.5-point favorite, and they only won by 3. So that makes me nervous that game was already so close. Because you're pessimistic about the Pirates, I'm pessimistic about the MAC.
Well, it's either that or, that you just nail every MAC game in your brain.
Well, I mean, it helps that, I've got family members that, either been close to a MAC school or literally work for a MAC school football team. We talk. Me and my cousin, he's actually the social media coordinator for the Ball State football team.
Okay.
So we talk all the time.
You got an insider, and you're our insider. So,
yeah.
So keep it coming. Bowling Green 3-0 right now. Miami and South Florida have been in a weather delay, a long one at this point. 14-3, the U on top of South Florida. Cincinnati has 70 points. 70-0 over Northwestern State. North Carolina has 40 points, 40-3 over Richmond. West Virginia up 14-3, but Pitt has its second and goal. They are close to scoring. Mentioned this to David Glenn earlier. Missouri State on top of SMU 10-0. It is now 14-10 SMU, but that one still kind of a head scratcher. Missouri State hanging with the Mustangs. North Texas, shout out American, beating Washington State 52-3.
Ooh.
The Mean Green putting it on Washington State. So there are some scores, and Tennessee has taken, Georgia has taken the lead over Tennessee 24-21 in the third quarter. Those scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck. All right, when we return, we'll hear more from the Coastal Carolina side of things. Brian Bailey earlier this week talked to Sam Wiederhoft of Coastal Carolina, does the ESPN Plus call for the Chanticleers, and we will hear what they had to say about the matchup when we return and wrap up hour number 3 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
The very best bagels in Greenville are at Bagel Man. Bagel Man is open every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner until 8 p.m. If you're a person on the go, place your order ahead of time online at ncbagelman.com. Start your day with a breakfast sandwich or dine in for lunch with a tuna melt, pastrami sandwich, panini, or specialty wrap. And everyone loves Bagel Man's fresh-made desserts and pastries. Bagel Man is where Pirate Nation fuels up for game day or any day. Bagel Man, 1904 Fire Tower Road in Greenville.
Miss Shirley, play my dad's commercial now.
Okay, Lincoln, you got it.
Looking for the best ride on 4 wheels? I'm Brian Harris with 360 Golf Carts in Greenville. From parts to sales to service, we've got you covered with EasyGo, Club Car, and rugged utility carts ready to roll. Locally owned and operated, we'll even deliver right to you. Come see me on Highway 43, just past D.H. Conley High School, or visit 360golfcarts.com.
360 Golf Carts, pirates supporting pirates. Arr!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is proud ECU graduate and former baseball player Brandon Manning inviting you to join my team at Farm Bureau Insurance. Right now is a good time to review your coverage with a local trusted agent like me. I will make myself available before or after business hours, and my clients always have my cell phone number if they need anything. From home, auto, or life, give me a call today and let's talk about your insurance coverage and about the Pirates. Call 531-1812 and go Pirates!
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Good news, business travelers. PGV and American Airlines has added a new early morning flight available now. Book today at aa.com and be on time for that connection in Charlotte. Fast, convenient, and close to home, PGV has American flights perfect for your next trip. PGV, where the Pirates fly.
Hey Landon, did you hear the news? Oh yeah, Dowdy Ficklin's getting a Mountain Dew makeover. That's right, the Mountain Dude is coming to get rowdy and dowdy. Please tell me he's bringing that neon green coat. Oh, you know it, and get this, fans can actually win one of those custom coats and get recognized on the field during the ECU Army game on September 25th. No way, you'd look good in one of those, man. No, I think it's got your name all over it. Be on the lookout for Mountain Dew standees at your favorite Mountain Dew retailers. Scan the QR code and you could win your own neon coat and a meet and greet with the dude himself. So mark those calendars. Thursday night, September 25th, ECU vs. Army. Let's paint it Mountain Dew green.
It's time to shack things up at Burrito Shack. Whether you're craving bold burritos, tasty tacos, or crispy nachos, they got the flavor you're looking for. Made from scratch, chef-inspired, fresh Mex cuisine, served up with a side of laid-back beach vibes. Fast, fresh, and totally delicious, Burrito Shack is where flavor meets the coast. Located in the Lowe's Food Shopping Center in Winterville. Quick, crafted, coastal. Burrito Shack.
Eastern North Carolina's newest concert destination is here. It's Carolina Crossroads Amphitheater, a brand new state-of-the-art outdoor amphitheater with room for 30,000 fans. Reserve your seat or grab a spot on the lawn and enjoy food trucks, vendors, cold beer, and cocktails all night long. It's just a short drive away right off I-95 in Roanoke Rapids. On September 13th, legendary country music group Alabama takes the stage. Tickets are on sale now at CarolinaCrossroadsAmp.com.
This is Rajay Harris, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
And welcome back in. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the over 95,000 followers today at PR927FM. Now, let's take it back in. Here's Clip.
All right, hour 3, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, week 3 edition. Shane says, I didn't know. Anyone know why the line has moved from -10 to -7? I didn't know if some news came out or something I missed. Haven't seen or heard anything.
Weather, maybe? Maybe.
How?
I don't know.
How, Sway?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes...
What kind of weather would make a line move 3 points?
Well, if it's raining, you're going to want to throw the ball a lot less because it's going to be a little bit more slick for the receivers. You want to run the ball a little bit more. So maybe because East Carolina doesn't have the strongest run game, if it's going to be raining a little bit more and we got to run the ball more, then could drop our points down a little bit.
All right.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not Vegas.
Yeah, you could either said I don't know or just not said anything.
Well, I was just trying to be helpful.
7.5 is what I'm seeing right now. So that makes me like the under even more if there is weather. So let me go ahead and stop talking about that and putting that in real quick because that has dropped as well.
50s. I don't care about the weather. I can't control the weather. Don't want to talk about the weather.
Jamie said, "You're not Vegas?" No, he's not. Yeah, nah. Shocking revelation
I'm from
there.
G Vegas, not Las Vegas.
All right. Earlier this week on the Brian Bailey Show, he talked to Sam Wiederhoft, who does the ESPN Plus broadcast for the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers, and got a report on the opponent tonight. Talked to him on the Turner Home Team Live line. Let's hear that chat between BB and Sam.
Sam Wiederhoff, he is the voice of the ESPN Plus broadcast. You'll hear him if you don't go to the game this week. You'll hear him on the broadcast coming up on ESPN Plus. 7:30 kickoff for East Carolina and Coastal Carolina. Let's talk about the Chanticleers a little bit and talk about their season to date. First game at Virginia, not a good start for the Chants. I mean, they really struggled in that game. I think they were turning the football over a couple of times on special teams, but that was a tough start, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, you go to an ACC school, it's going to be a tough environment regardless, but just got killed by some mental mistakes. Our offensive line was a little bit off during that game. Our center was playing his first game in 2 years because he missed all of last year, so some miscues on that side of the ball. And then, yeah, just some special teams errors with a blocked punt and then a kickoff return touchdown that really just killed us in that game. In a game where, you know, we gave up 48 points, but don't really feel like the defense played all that bad because they were just given a bad hand on a few drives. So wasn't a great start to the season, that's for sure. But lucky enough to get our first win last weekend against Charleston Southern.
Yeah, you come back home, and that was a close game into the fourth quarter. I believe it was still 3-0 into the fourth, and Coastal was able to win that one 13-zip.
Yeah, it was a little closer than I think people expected, and I think mainly it's just Coastal trying to figure out who they are on offense. And unfortunately, the Chanticleers had some trouble moving the ball in that home opener against an FCS team that, frankly, isn't that good of an FCS team. They went 1-11 last year, so just struggled moving the ball. MJ Morris, the starting quarterback, he got pulled in that second half, and the Chants brought in Tad Hudson because Morris threw 3 interceptions in that game. So trying to figure out what the identity is on offense. They did run the ball very well, but was able to get a shutout, 13-0 win. It was just our first shutout win in 5 years. Defense looked really good, which they should against an FCS team. So that was a big positive coming out of that matchup.
What kind of crowd did they have for the opener, and what kind of crowd do they expect this week?
Oh, well, the opener was wild. They actually set a new attendance record, which it seems like every home game nowadays we're setting a new attendance record, but it was over 22,000, and there was a lot of stuff going on for the first game. There was a drone show at halftime. You had the free concessions, which is going to be a thing all year long, and fans were really excited about that. So a lot of energy when the team came out on the field for the first time. There was a lot of energy. It was really loud, a great environment for that first half. And then once the game started getting a little close and Coastal wasn't pulling away like people expected it to, you had some nervous energy there at that point. But this weekend, I can't wait for it. I mean, you talked about what the regional was in Conway back this past summer and just how crazy that environment was over at Springsbrook Stadium, our baseball stadium. I think it's going to be fun and might set another attendance record for this one. But, this is a game that Coastal hasn't played ECU too often. It's only been one matchup back in the Birmingham Bowl a few years ago. So you're going to see excitement from both sides, and I think it's going to be really cool when it plays out on Saturday night.
When you look at this Coastal Carolina team, Sam, what do you think the strength of this squad is?
Well, I think the defense has certainly been the strength through the first 2 games. Like I talked about in that Virginia game, it was 48-7, but I think they were dealt a pretty bad hand, and they stopped Virginia on the first 3 drives of the game, so started off pretty strong. Just got unlucky with some bad field position and obviously some special teams mistakes as well. And then they did their job certainly against Charleston Southern. I think they have really good pass rushers as well. You're going to want to watch out for Zeke Campbell, defensive end, number 18. I think he's had a really good first 2 games, 2.5 tackles for loss in that Charleston Southern game on Saturday. So he's been a dog so far in the first 2 matchups. And then offensively, what I talked about earlier with Coastal trying to find their identity, well, I think the strength offensively is the offensive line and the running backs. The offensive line is made up of guys that are all returning from last year, which is a rare thing in Group of 5 football these kind of days. But all these guys are back from playing with this team last year. And then the running backs, which Coach Beck said during fall camp that this run well, Javen Simpkins and a freshman, Dominic Nicely, who really showed out in the first home game against Charleston Southern. Those are probably your top 2 guys, and I was really impressed with what we saw from Nicely, who fell just a few yards shy of an 100-yard game in his first home game with Coastal Carolina. So, those are some things to pick out, but we're going to see if Coastal can maybe pass the ball a little bit and find some synergy with those receivers against the Pirates.
Yeah, you look at any college football team, and every coach in America will tell you we have to stop the run and we have to run the football. And it's so boring to hear that, but it's exactly what has to happen. I mean, game in and game out, that's exactly the formula for success. If you run the football, and in East Carolina's case, if they run the football, that sets up the pass, and they have some explosive wide receivers. I don't think we've seen anywhere close to what we will see later on in the season from the Pirate passing game. They hope to exploit some things with Coastal coming up in this football game, but I think that they really have to establish the run because it's so very, very important. And as you said, the thing that Coastal has done so very well so far, running the football, Pirates have to figure out a way to stop that.
Yeah, and I think, the main thing I'm going to be watching on Saturday is the passing from both teams, because obviously you guys have a great quarterback in Caden Hauser who's been able to put together 2 really impressive games and, almost got the job all the way done against NC State in that first game, and just an explosive offense on the Pirates side. And then with Coastal Carolina, I mean, the passing just hasn't clicked, and I can't really tell you which quarterback is going to run out there to start the game on Saturday because MJ Morris got benched. Is he going to come back? Are we going to see Tad Hudson? who's the only returning quarterback. He only played one game last year. It was the Myrtle Beach Bowl, and didn't throw it all that much against Charleston Southern. And I really thought that game against the Buccaneers was going to be a chance to see the quarterback settle in and MJ Morris and find his receivers and create some chemistry there, and it just didn't happen. So are we going to see that with Tad Hudson? Is he going to be the guy? There's a lot of questions offensively that we're going to see on Saturday when it all plays out.
Tim Beck is the fourth coach in the 20-year history of Coastal Carolina. He's a three-time nominee for the Broilers Award that goes to the top assistant coach in FBS. He was the offensive coordinator at NC State back in 2022 when State came to East Carolina and won when the Pirates missed 2 kicks in the final couple of minutes. In 12 years, he's been the offensive coordinator at Nebraska, Ohio State, Texas, and the Wolfpack of North Carolina State. How is Coach Beck to work with?
He's been great with us so far. Obviously filled with expertise and loves to share his knowledge, with us, the broadcast crew. He's been great so far. And, obviously here for 3 years, he knows the area. And I just, this is a big year because you had 2 overhauls on the offensive and defensive side with brand new coordinators on those sides. And he's also got a general manager as well, which allows him to maybe coach more football rather than dealing with the negotiation side of things. So I said it during fall camp. It's, he sounds like he's the happiest he's been at Coastal Carolina. He's able to do his thing. He's able to coach football. And, now it's just about getting these guys together and getting some results on the field.
Which days does he meet the media? Was his press conference yesterday or is it today?
Yeah, he does pressers on Wednesdays, so it'll be tomorrow.
Wednesday, okay. So it's coming up tomorrow for the press conference for the head football coach at Coastal Carolina, Tim Beck. We'll be on the lookout for that. When you look at the matchup between these two teams, Sam, what kind of game are you looking for?
Oh, it's tough to see. Just trying to see how Coastal Carolina comes out offensively. I think, if that pass doesn't end up working, we'll see if they can keep it on the ground. But it should be smash-mouth football. I know that some Coastal fans are pretty down right now after just beating Charleston Southern 13-0. But, you got to factor in 61 new players on this Coastal side and 2 brand new coordinators. So they're still trying to find their groove. And I think this one's going to be close. It's going to be a great environment. You're going to have a lot of ECU fans there, obviously. And Coastal Carolina fans are going to show out as well. A very exciting game coming up on Saturday. So, I could see it being a high-scoring game. I could see it being a low-scoring game. We're just going to see what happens on Saturday. But either way, I think this one's going to be close because I think Coastal is going to come out with some more juice than they had last weekend.
All right, they're going to need a lot of juice for this offense to wake up in 2025. It has been a slog for that side of the ball for the Chanticleers. All right, first down, Tennessee, as we are inside a minute on the third quarter. Georgia has scored 20 unanswered. They have a 27-21 lead in Knoxville. Still in a delay down at Hard Rock Stadium, Miami in South Florida. They are still not playing football. I guess, was there a delay at Texas Tech? Or
There was a lightning delay literally within the first 5 minutes of the Texas Tech game. They just retook the field, and the first snap was just had.
And the first touchdown was had. Texas Tech up 7-0 over the Beavs already. We are tied up in Morgantown, 14-14. We were going to try to get Alex Harper on. Oh, we got a touchdown, Tennessee.
Oh.
The Vols tie it up and can take the lead with an extra point. That came out of nowhere because Tennessee scored on their first 3 possessions, had done nothing since, and boom, a 56-yard touchdown to potentially regain the lead over Georgia. Tied in Morgantown, we might try to get Alex Harper on at the conclusion of this game if we're still on the air. 3:20 left to go third quarter, 14-all. West Virginia and Pitt in the backyard brawl. Those scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck. I love this night slate. We'll be paying attention to ECU Coastal, but along with that, you've got Vandy and South Carolina coming up tonight in South Carolina. Vandy coming off a good win over Virginia Tech. South Carolina beat those same Hokies back in week 1. You've also got Ole Miss and Arkansas coming up at 7. You've got
Notre Dame and Texas A&M.
Notre Dame hosting Texas A&M at 7:30. Florida LSU 7:30. Heard y'all talking in Studio
Yes.
B. Was there some pushing and shoving going on?
So Nick pointed it out. They cut to a clip from Death Valley, and there was some pregame scuffling going on between the Tigers and the Gators during warm-ups. So may see some fireworks. May see another good classic between LSU and Florida again.
Do we just have a bad West Virginia interception?
That would make it the second time in a row. The second drive in a row, they would have a bad pick.
And, I mean, all interceptions are bad, but when you throw it right to the guy, linebacker just didn't move.
That was atrocious.
I think the linebacker was, like, stuck in the grass.
He was moving so still.
Fortunately, the quarterback just gave it to him. So, Alex Harper is in shambles right now. Rich Rodriguez says, don't throw it right to the linebacker. And he said, yes, sir. All right, so they got that cleared up. He won't do that again. That was bad. Pitt now in striking distance. Also coming up later tonight, anything else I did? Oh, yeah, Duke Tulane. It's a great night slate of football here on this Saturday night. And for you late-nighters, if you lost all your money or won a lot and want to get one more win, Minnesota Cal at 10:30, BC Stanford at 10:30, Texas State, Arizona State on TNT with Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith on the call. So big night of football coming your way, and hope it should be some great finishes here. You got UConn and Delaware in overtime right now, tied at 38 apiece. Tennessee just took a lead on Georgia, and now Georgia going upfield, and they get the ball across their own 40-yard line. So maybe the offenses have woken back up in Knoxville. Keeping an eye on everything here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Look for our Celsius fifth quarter recap coming up this weekend. Stay active and energized all day with Celsius by your side. Look for your favorite Celsius flavor at your favorite retailer and at ECU Games. Celsius, the official energy drink of Pirate Radio, proudly distributed by the Minges Bottling Group. Late night edition of the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show, and hopefully we'll have a smooth one and a fun one after a Pirate win. All right, 3 hours in the books. We'll take a break, come back, get another tailgate check-in, and talk to Jeff Nadeau when we return on hour 4 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this timeout.
Big news from the Rick House. The Rick House has a brand new menu that you're absolutely going to love. New on the menu are creamy garlic parm chicken pasta, crab cakes, and our new porterhouse, half filet, half strip, tender and juicy, and grilled to perfection. The Rick House is the area's bourbon authority, featuring Willet, Jefferson Tropics, and the Frank Sinatra Select by Jack Daniels. The new menu features new, lower prices and $4 drafts all summer long. The Rick House, Red Bank Road in Greenville.
This is John Gavigan with the Gavigan Agency. Our top priority is doing what is best for our members. Whether you are buying a new vehicle, a new home, protecting your family with life insurance, or filing a claim, our agency will be there every step of the way. Our goal is to become a trusted advisor for you and your family for all of your personal and commercial insurance needs. Give us a call in Greenville at 756-1400 for a car, home, business, or life insurance quote today, and give us the opportunity to show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
Hi, this is Yukanda Dunn, Vice President of Business and Workforce Solutions at Pitt Community College. As part of the local business community, I know the power of a skilled workforce. That's why I'm excited about our programs. We're passionate about partnering with you, the business community, to ensure our local talent gains the practical, hands-on skills your company needs. Let's work together to build your team and grow our community's success. Discover how we can support your business at pittcc.edu/workforce.
You've worked hard to make your business successful, and that's why it's really important to always have a bank that's in your corner when you need them. This is Chris Richards from First Bank, and our experienced team of local bankers includes Lee Watson, Ashley Capps, Josh Hooten, and Heath Nisbet. To get the business services that are right for your business, come and see one of our experienced team members at First Bank on Arlington Boulevard in Greenville. First Bank, together with our customers, we're creating a world where individuals and communities thrive. Member FDIC.
North Carolina State Parks invites you to enjoy camping your way. With the weather changing, booking your own cabin is the perfect solution for your camping getaway. Reserve campsites or cabins today at Jones Lake, Goose Creek, and Cliffs of the Neuse. Whether you enjoy traditional camping or air-conditioned cabins that can be rented with Wi-Fi, your next adventure can include hiking, beautiful scenery, and sunsets by the campfire. For information on booking a cabin, visit ncparks.gov.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with Harris Real Estate Group, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates!
We filled the trucks so you'll save big bucks during the Lazy Boy Truckload Sale at Bostic Sugg Furniture. Look for the Lazy Boy truck in our parking lot. It's filled with Lazy Boy furniture at huge savings. Take advantage of big rig discounts of up to 50% off Lazy Boy recliners and motion sofas, Lazy Boy stationary furniture, leather, sectionals, and chairs. But quantities are limited. There's no reorders, no rain checks. So roll in before these savings roll out during the Lazy Boy Truckload Sale at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
It's bow time. Sure, you've had a sausage biscuit before, but have you had the smoked sausage biscuit from Bojangles? Well, now is your chance. Juicy, slow-cooked smoked sausage is grilled to perfection and served on a fluffy, made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. No one does breakfast like Bojangles, and this smoked sausage biscuit doesn't disappoint. Right now, you can get 2 for just $5. Start your day with this flavor-packed deal while it lasts. It's bow time.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Penn State is blowing out Villanova right now. It is 31-0 in the fourth quarter. And let me X out of that real quick. All right, Pittsburgh and West Virginia in the backyard brawl. They are tied at 14 apiece in the third quarter. It is North Carolina 41, Richmond 3 with just about 16 seconds left to go in the game, so we're going to guess who wins on that one. SMU leads Missouri State 27-10. It is Georgia 27, Tennessee 28 with just a couple seconds left in the third quarter. Washington State trails North Texas 59-3 in the fourth quarter. It is Texas 14, UTEP 3 in the third. Bowling Green has a 3-0 lead over Liberty in the second quarter. And Marshall has a 10-0 lead over Eastern Kentucky in the first quarter. Monmouth has a 7-0 lead over Charlotte in the first. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of pirates in eastern North Carolina. Of course, they have live bands every Friday and Saturday. And, of course, Sunday Fun Day every Sunday where they have a jersey giveaway. Check out The Buck on social media for schedules. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
I got a score update.
You do?
Yeah, and it's a big one.
Uh-oh.
At the half, Bowling Green 10, Liberty 0.
0. All righty. Well, Texas Tech has been in a weather delay for like forever. They just got back underway. They're leading Oregon State 7-0.
Georgia has it first and goal at the 8-yard line as they resume play after a Tennessee player went down. By the way, Studio B, you guys have any thoughts on Chris Brazel II?
Chris Brazel II. Fellas?
Any thoughts on him?
Very good today, according to Nick.
5 catches, 162 yards, 3 touchdowns for Tennessee. That's strong.
That's pretty strong. Pretty strong.
Right now, we are awaiting the call of Chandler, who's probably going to call after Nadeau, so we'll just skip Chandler.
That works. He was in the process of getting his ticket or something. I can't remember. Oh, his pass, maybe. That's what it was. But he said he had to call us back because he was right in the middle of trying to do something. So,
loss on the Georgia run, going to be 3rd and goal. 13 minutes left to go in that one. Expecting Nadeau to call us here in a couple minutes. So right now I'm just going to watch games like you guys. I'm going to take a break. Is that cool with all you viewers and listeners? I'm going to kick back and relax and watch football. And I get this is my job, but y'all get to do it. Let me do it for like 2 minutes, man. Let me chill. All right, here comes the 3rd and goal play for the Dogs. They got it at the 6-yard line, moving right to left across your radio dial. Gunner Stockton in the shotgun, 3 receivers left. Looking, throwing, incomplete. Looked like his hand got hit as he delivered the ball. It goes incomplete, and Georgia will try to take the lead on a field goal, a chip shot, as they fail to get it in the end zone. All right, let's see who we got. We got Jeff Nadeau joining us on the Turner Home Team Live Line as we get to the pivotal point in the 3:30 games and still a great nightcap left to go in college football on this Saturday. Jeff, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you, Cliff?
Doing good. Before we talk ECU and the nightcap, anything you got right now? Anything you're sweating out?
Well, I would love to be rooting in USC, but they've been at a weather delay for 3+ hours. This is ridiculous at this point. This is a epidemic in this sport. Why, if there's lightning 7,000 miles away, do we need a delay? Ridiculous. Stupid. Call the game, for God's sake, then. I mean, ridiculous.
Yeah, waiting on South Florida and Miami to resume as well. Well, let's look at let's go ECU and Coastal, because there's been a lot of movement. You know, ECU started, some people got it at 6.5 earlier in the week, Jeff, then it went to 7.5, 8.5, saw it as much as 10. Now it's back down to 7.5. So a lot of movement on this game. You talked about the early money coming in on East Carolina when we talked to you on Thursday. But any thoughts on this line, where it's at right now? East Carolina coming in at a 7.5-point favorite.
Yeah, I will tell the listeners and to you guys, this was a big-time sharp play very early in the week. Lines come out for for the following week, generally on Sunday around noon, 1 o'clock. This one opened 4 quickly within a minute or two, up to 5.5, and then by about an hour later, it was up to 8.5. Sharp money very quick on this one. They then came back and bet Coastal a little bit and then kind of pumped it back up. So, yeah, this has been a sharp bet all week. At 7.5, I think this is a double-digit win for ECU. Again, I don't want to be sitting there with 7.5 and kind of, have the proverbial, backdoor or some sort of, half-point loss. But I think ECU takes care of business here. I mean, this Coastal team can't move the ball. I think that's abundantly been clear. They're not a real good defense either. They got destroyed by Virginia. We know that ECU can move the ball through the air. I'd have to wonder, can they keep up? Kind of seems to me like a 41-24 type of game. I would lay the number, but again, try to get 7 if you can find it.
They do. I love this night slate along with East Carolina and Coastal Carolina. Let me just reel off a few of these games and see if you got any takes on them or any actual plays. Notre Dame and Texas A&M played week 1 last year. Irish got the win. Irish need the win this year after already losing the game to Miami week 1. So how about A&M, Notre Dame? Notre Dame a 6.5-point favorite, total 50.5.
Yeah, so I like A&M if I can find a 7 or higher. You referenced the game last year. I thought A&M played pretty well, all encompassed. Keep in mind, they didn't have Marcel Reed in that game. That was still when Connor Weigman was the quarterback. So, it was a 10-point loss, but they were kind of right there in the football game. So, I expect Marcel Reed, a way better receiving core. I've kind of made it clear through kind of the first few weeks. I'm pretty high on A&M. I think offensively they're much better, and I think, there wasn't really anywhere to go but up on defense. So, I'm willing to think they can go on the road here and keep this game within a touchdown. It seemed like, to me, a 4 or 5 point number. I don't know that I put it this high. I like A&M a little bit here.
Another one coming up tonight, Jeff. I believe this number moving in the last hour or so in Florida's favor. I thought I saw it 6.5. It's now plus 5.5. LSU a 5.5 point favorite in Baton Rouge, 47.5 the total. Florida coming off that loss to South Florida. Clemson. So LSU has a good win, I guess, over Clemson, although Clemson lost again today. But how about Florida LSU coming up tonight?
Yeah, I mean, there's even some 4.5s popping up in this game. I think the abundant thought is that, Florida is, significantly better than what they showed last week. Again, you have those games. The problem is they've had too many of those games under Billy Napier. Do we believe yet in LSU? I don't know. I mean, defensively, they were poor the last couple of years. I think they're better, but am I fully in belief that they're, really good? No. I think they'll move the ball. I kind of feel like you look at a game today right now that's going on, Clip. I mean, the whole world was on Pitt today. And they're struggling a little bit with West Virginia. I know they fought back and they now take the lead, but I feel like, to me, I want to fade what I saw the week before. I'm in on Florida. Anything above 4. Did I play it? No, because I didn't get the best number. But I think we see them win this football game, and that's coming from someone that likes LSU.
Jeff, this one is not a national game, but I love this one. Duke, Tulane, ACC versus American. You got Mensah, the old Tulane quarterback, back playing against Tulane now with Duke, and should be a good crowd. Saw our guy Todd Graffinini now with the New Orleans Pelicans radio, used to be the Tulane guy, said he's enjoyed his feed being all Tulane fans excited about this game tonight. So you say you want to fade what happened last week. Tulane didn't look very good in their win. Of course, Duke looked a little better than the score indicated, but Illinois took it to the Blue Devils last week. So how about this matchup? Tulane is a slight favorite, although this line's kind of moved around this week.
Yeah, it was as high as 3 at one point back on, I want to say, Wednesday or Tuesday. Duke has definitely gotten some favoritism here. It's a hard one for me. I actually like both teams a lot. Duke's been a good dog. Tulane's been a good favorite over the years. They are at home here. But I think the ultimate kind of kryptonite here is the fact that they have Mensah, Duke, and he knows this Tulane team so well. I still think Tulane's kind of figuring things out in a Retzlaff. They've kind of had a weird offseason with the quarterback position. Something tells me Duke is on the road and rights the ship after last week. I like both these teams a lot, but I lean Duke. I think they get the win here.
And they do another game I really like tonight, Vandy and South Carolina. Vandy, fun to watch with Pavia, and they had some big wins last year. It seems like they just had trouble kind of following up that big win with another one. I kind of was fading South Carolina going into the year, but I took them against Virginia Tech. I kind of want to take them again tonight just because I don't know if Vandy can go on the road 2 straight weeks in night games and win. South Carolina 3.5. I think I saw it 2.5, so that one has gone in the favor of the Gamecocks a little bit, but still a pretty narrow line there. What do you think about this one tonight in Columbia?
I mean, even earlier today, and this line was much higher. You could have got 4.5s out there. Public definitely likes Vanderbilt here. Look, they see what we all see. Pavia always seems to win as a dog, and they have. They've been a very good dog under Clark Leah with Pavia there. That said, South Carolina's completely owned this team. They've won 3 straight games by double digits. 2 of them were by, I think, 21 or more. So, yeah, I'm not running the bet either side here really personally. Another game where I kind of like both teams. I think the numbers just kind of gotten a little out of whack. At this hour, I'd probably lead South Carolina at 3 or less. They're at home here.
Anything else on college football, Jeff, you got we haven't talked about before we move on to the NFL a little bit?
Yeah, real quick, I'll throw out one that I'm in on. I don't get this one at all. Navy Tulsa over 51.5. I identified Navy as a big over team this year. They're a very good offense, and they don't stop anybody. Tulsa actually has a decent quarterback. I think he can move the ball. This Tulsa team last 2 seasons, if you have 5 or more yards to carry, I think they're going to struggle here. I think this is first to 30 wins. I like the over.
They do. Last week on the show, I like picking one weird game a week in the NFL, especially in week one. And it was Browns over Bengals, and I said that on Friday. And then Saturday, you said you love Cleveland plus the points. So appreciate you kind of talking me into putting my money where my mouth is there. They should have won the freaking game, but an easy cover for the Browns last week. Anything you're really looking forward to on Sunday? Hey, how about the Super Bowl rematch? It's tough for me because going into the Super Bowl, I said Philly's the better team with the better roster and overall the better players, but I'm still taking Mahomes and Andy Reid until otherwise. Well, now it's until otherwise because Philly smoked them in the Super Bowl. So how about tomorrow? Is this the same case where you just take the better roster, or do you take the guys in Arrowhead?
Well, I think the problem here is, the whole world thinks that. The Eagles are a big public side. Look, are they the better team? Yeah, but I still think that this team has issues, particularly at cornerback 2. They don't necessarily have a cornerback 2 right now. Throw in the fact that this offense from a pass standpoint was not. They didn't throw the ball to A.J. Brown, DeMonte Smith. They're not going to have Goddard tomorrow. So I think it's about time to move on from Goddard. This guy just can't stay healthy. He's always injured. Throw in the fact that this is a road game. Look. It's pretty rare you get Mahomes as a dog at home. That's really rare. These teams have split this series over the last 4, including a couple of Super Bowls. They've kind of almost become rivals in a weird way. I'm rooting for the Eagles as a fan. I'm not really going to have much on the game. Something tells me this will be one of those games that comes down to the last minute or two. Chiefs find a way to do more with less. I will throw one other game out to you guys. I really like the Jags-Bengals over to post a total. This is a high number, 48-49, but the Jaguars got the benefit that they faced the lowly and the pathetic, no offense, Carolina Panthers, who, what a dreadful offense that is. Jacksonville looked good. They look better. They've got more weapons there. They put up 26. This Bengals team can't stop anybody. That's not going to change. Joe Burrow should be able to move the ball against, to me, still one of the worst secondaries in the league. Week 2 is a good week to fade what you saw the week before. I also like the Miami Dolphins to beat the Patriots. They've always been good against New England over the years, and I think they're way better than what they showed last week. So give me the Dolphins and Jags-Bengals over.
They do. Awesome stuff, man. I appreciate you joining us. Good luck with your plays coming up the rest of the evening, and always enjoy talking football with you, man.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you next week.
Absolutely. There is Jeff Nadeau joining us on the Turner Home Team live line, and likes the Pirates to get it done tonight. I hope it's a case where Jeff is texting me happy after the game instead of telling me how bad ECU sucks, because Jeff, I can't control it if they stink. So hopefully it's a positive text from Nadeau coming up after the game. All right, Tennessee 35, Georgia 30. This one has lived up to the hype, and it is not over yet. Still points to be had in this game. All right, let's take a break, and I think Chan Man's ready to go. So we'll call him when we return and have more for you. Hour number 4, Pirate Radio Live. Also a Caroline Cook Pirates in the Pros update. Still got to get to Brian North as well. Matt likes the Navy over pick. Jamie says I'll ride the over. What are you guys taking tonight? Let us know in the Chili Water chat gang. Back with you when we return after these weird...
Hey, Pirate fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. A win isn't a win without the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Proudly distributed locally by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
The price is always right at Doug Henry of Greenville. Doug Henry of Greenville has over 300 vehicles to choose from and brand new inventory arriving daily. Back to school means everything from moving the kids around or traveling to see your favorite team play. Doug Henry has the best prices around and savings for your next dream car. You're sure to walk out a happy customer. Doug Henry is easy to find right on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Memorial Drive, and always online at DougHenryGreenville.com.
At Tiebreakers, we pride ourselves on serving
big, juicy wings.
I'm talking
big and juicy.
Our chickens are the same ones that kick sand in the other chickens' faces. If our chickens played football, they'd be linebackers. The competition's chickens, they'd be
skinny little kickers.
Trade those kickers in for linebackers. Join us today for
big, juicy wings.
All season long at Tiebreakers.
Tiebreakers, with 2 locations in Greenville and on Railroad Street in Winterville.
When it comes to protecting your home, don't gamble with just any roofer. Trust the pros at the Boone Group Roofing. Locally owned by Toot Boone, they've been serving all of Eastern North Carolina with honest, high-quality roofing you can count on. They offer no money down, and every job is backed by a 5-year workmanship warranty, because your roof should be done right the first time. Don't wait. Call today at 252-714-0021 for a roof that's built to last and service you can trust. The Boone Group Roofing is on top of their game.
The Toot Boone Boogie. Hey Pirate Nation, are you in the market for a member-focused local credit union or making a switch from your existing one? Then explore First Flight Credit Union with branches across Eastern North Carolina where all residents are membership eligible. First Flight members experience in-person service, competitive savings, and loan rates. Everything from automobile, boat, and home loans, First Flight has you covered. First Flight is more than just a branch. They're on a mission to take better care of our community. Stop by one of their local branches today or visit efirstflight.com. First Flight is insured by the NCUA and an equal housing lender.
Planning a special event, whether it's a baby shower, bridal luncheon, birthday party, or even a tailgate at Clark LeClaire Stadium, Chicken Salad Chick has you covered. Their fan favorite mini croissant platters is just one of many options to choose from, perfect for any occasion. With a variety of chicken salad flavors, there's something for everyone to enjoy. Let us do the work while you enjoy the event. Delicious, fresh, and served with a smile. Chicken Salad Chick Catering. Make every event memorable. Visit chickensaladchick.com to place your catering order. Just remember, you pick it up and we'll have it ready to go. Chicken Salad Chick, where every event is a little bit tastier.
Pirate Nation, your dream home starts with Unshakable Builders. Now building in Sutherland Estates in Greenville and Dolostone Court in Wilson, with homes available now. And stay tuned, Cross Creek Townhomes in Greenville and Whitaker Glen in Farmville are coming soon. Browse available homes, explore floor plans, and see past projects today at unshakablebuilders.com. Have questions? Use live chat, fill out the contact form, or call the office at 814-9105. Unshakable Builders, build on a solid foundation.
East Carolina Chrysler Dodge Jeep in Greenville is the place to find your next pre-owned vehicle. From high-end SUVs to trucks to cars, starting at just $99.95. There's no better place to find quality pre-owned trucks and SUVs than East Carolina Chrysler Dodge Jeep. Pre-owned inventory with a factory-certified 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty.
Go to ecauto.com.
East Carolina Chrysler Dodge Jeep, across from the Cockerell in Greenville. Come see us!
Your quality pre-owned selection is at East Carolina Chrysler Dodge Jeep.
This is Kim McNeil, head women's basketball coach at East Carolina University, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
And welcome back in. The NFL's #1 insider, Jay Glazer, is coming to Greenville for the 2026 Leadership Luncheon March 22nd and 23rd. Jay was inducted into the TV Hall of Fame in 2018 for his work on Fox Sports' award-winning NFL pregame show, Fox NFL Sunday. In January 2022, Glazer released the book Unbreakable: How I Turned My Depression and Anxiety into Motivation, and You Can Too. With his book and voice, Jay became a voice for many struggling with mental health issues. For more information about attending this awesome event, contact Mark at pirateradio1250.com or give us a call at the radio station today. Now, let's take it back in. Here's Clip.
Back with you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We got some plays coming in. from Matt and Jamie and the Chili Water Chat Gang. We'll discuss those in a moment, but first we'll head out to the Turner Home Team Live line. Joining us live down in Conway, South Carolina for East Carolina and Coastal Carolina, the Chan Man, Chandler Honeyut, the Michael Phelps of Pirate Radio. Chandler, how you doing?
Number 62. Doing good.
Number 62.
As the ECU gets on the field, they're running routes. Specialists are kicking field goals. Pirates are in there all white tops, white bottoms, white caps. And they're getting ready to go as we're trying to make it 2-1 on the season as BYU heads into Daddy Fickman next week. So, but it all starts with a win tonight against Coastal Carolina. We'll find out tonight.
I love the booming voice of the PA announcer, getting that natural sound down there in Conway. Chandler, anything changed between now and the last time we talked to you? You see, any injuries, anything going on?
No, some of the guys I was trying to look for. Obviously, Xavier McIver is going to be out for a few weeks. He's here. He made the trip, but he's in street clothes. Looking for Desirio Riles. I don't think I see him, but I'll let you know. But Desirio Riles is another guy who got banged up last week. So, actually, hey, breaking news, he is on the field dressed up and running routes. So, Desirio Riles is back.
All right, Orthopedics East injury report. Desirio Riles on the field running around. Chandler, great report, man.
42. Thank you, sir. And I have a number change alert.
Number change alert.
Punt returner, Kyler Pearson was 24. He is now number 0. He is now wearing number 0. So punt returner Kyler Pearson, Oklahoma State transfer, the punt returner, is now going from 24 to 0.
All right, I asked Jared earlier, we're going to do our fantasy picks in a moment, who's going to stand out tonight. He said because he was unsure about Riles that he would go with Javante Connor. How about you, Chandler? Who would be your fantasy pick tonight for East Carolina to have a big game?
Number 6. Man, we've seen some big explosive plays from them the first 2 games. We saw one last week. We saw one in Raleigh. I'm going Brock Spalding, number 10. Going Brock Spalding for my fantasy player today. I think they're going to move him to the slot now. In fact, he's taking some snaps right here from the slot. He's about to run a route here, and he's looking crisp. He's catching every ball thrown his way, and so give me Brock Spalding.
All right, ride the hot hand. Good stuff, Chan, man. Enjoy the game. Where will you be watching the game from?
I will be on the sideline for the first half, and I'm going to make my way to Chan in the stands for the second half.
All right, have fun, buddy. Thank you. Great report.
All right, y'all have a good rest of the show.
Good stuff. From Chandler Honeyut on that Turner Home Team Live line. He says Riles is out there working out and doing the pregame routine, and says Brock Spalding will have another big one for the Pirates coming up tonight. Speaking of Pirates getting it done on the field, let's get our Pirates in the Pros update. Caroline Cook is your hometown professional Pirate realtor. Do you need an experienced realtor from Eastern North Carolina that was born a Pirate? Then give Caroline Cook a call today. Explore CarolineCookHomes.com to learn more. Go Pirates. Great Pirate family with Caroline Cook. And Jackson, what do we got?
So we've got some MLB action earlier this week, as well as some MILB action going on right now with Norby, who is on a rehab assignment with the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp. He just went down swinging, so for the day so far, he's 0 for 1. However, Burley is his first pitch is at 8:15 tonight versus the Brewers, and earlier this week, actually yesterday, he went 2 for 4 with an RBI and a run tallied for himself. Justin Hardy.
I like how you're not giving full names.
I'm reading the script.
I'm reading my script. Burley, Hardy.
I'm trying to remember.
Those are Connor Norby, Alec Burleson, and Justin Hardy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Justin Hardy last night had a heck of a game. 9 catches on 10 targets, 100 yards, 1 touchdown, and 38 yards after the catch.
Man, good game for Deuce.
Great game for the Deuce.
All right, that is your Caroline Cook Pirates in the Pros report. All right, let's look at some of y'all's plays. So going into the last break, I said, well, what do you got? Jamie said, Tennessee, Georgia, easy overcall. Jamie, we don't need to know what you got in the fourth quarter with 7 minutes left. when the games hit over. All right, moving along. He says USC Purdue over or USC with the cover. I worry about two things there. First of all, USC has Rob Ryan employed, so they suck. And those West Big Ten teams going east, it was easy to bet on last year. Just take the home team. But we'll see if that trend has changed for this year. So a little nervous about that. Matt has Duke money line plus the points. That was my underdog pick of the week with Mac and Jared. I like that, and I like Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech already won. I would take Duke tonight. South Carolina -3. I saw it at 3.5, but I also like the Gamecocks tonight. He likes Ole Miss -3.5. Is that the number against Arkansas? That's kind of a weird number. Yeah, 3.5. Wow. And Texas A&M +6.5. He also has the Saskatchewan Roughriders -7.5. I love a great CFL play on a college football Saturday night. Jamie is going with Tulane at home. I mean, it's kind of too close to call. I would take Duke just for the bounce back pick. Like, are they really a 1-2 team? I don't know. Could be if they lose tonight, but I would take Duke if you give me plus money on that. It is a fantastic night slate of games, though, for this Saturday night. All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back and talk to Brian North. We'll see if we can get him on the Turner Home Team Live line. Georgia down 8, but they do have it in Tennessee territory. We'll see if they can muster a little comeback here. They would need a touchdown and a 2 to tie it. Points have been had, so I don't think we've seen the final score in this one yet. Still 5 minutes left to go, and still 30 minutes left to go in this program, and we'll be back with more after this timeout.
At U.S. Cellular, you can get $1,000 off any phone with no trade-in, so you don't have to haggle at self-checkout.
$10.99.
I'll give you $7.
$10.99.
$8.
Calling for assistance.
Get $1,000 off any phone with no trade-in, and we'll pay off your current contract when you switch. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for U.S. Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Greenville Motor Company and Greenville Auto World, two names that are synonymous with top quality sales and service in Pitt County for over 47 years. And Brian Cook joins us now. And Brian, talk about your philosophy when it comes to previously owned cars, trucks, SUVs, even hybrids now.
Yeah, we're going to shop all over the Southeast, trying to keep a good mix of inventory. And from there, we want to offer a top quality product to use through warranties and finance that we can provide.
Try us, trust us at driveherenow.com.
Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry has been Greenville's premier dental practice for over 40 years. I am Dr. Chris Gateway, and our mission at Michaels & Gateway is to provide exceptional dental care with compassion, integrity, and innovation, ensuring every patient leaves with a healthy, confident smile. Doctors Michaels & Gateway are committed to providing an outstanding patient experience with every visit. Not only do we offer all your dental needs under one roof, in most cases, we can take care of those needs on the same day. Bring your smile to us at Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry.
Homeowners can face many challenges throughout this season, but our newest New Blue star, Dixon Williams, is here to slide in and save the day. Have a clog that's hitting a foul ball and nothing seems to be getting through? Dixon's fixing to get you flowing again. Feeling like your HVAC's in a slump? Dixon's sliding in to get your comfort back on track. Are swinging blind in a power outage? Dixon is delivering a power boost. So when problems arise, turn home strikeouts into home runs with New Blue Electric, Plumbing, and Air.
This is Dr. Andrew Bridgeforth from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for the athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's treatment for your sports injury or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedics East provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. For experienced professional care, call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
you would do anything to keep your family safe. Don't leave safety to chance with national companies or do-it-yourself systems. Hi, this is Mike Robertson, the owner of SCI Technologies. We have recently merged with High-Tech Communications to become North Carolina's premier security, audio, and fire alarm provider. The most cost-effective solutions for your home or business security and life safety needs. SCI Technologies, 252-321-7006. That's 321-7006.
Capital Subaru of Greenville is transforming your everyday commute into something a little more extraordinary. Subaru was just named 2025's best overall automotive brand by Consumer Reports, and there's never been a better time to drive one home. From the adventure-ready Outback to the sleek and efficient Forester, they got the perfect ride for you. In addition to their great selection of new and used car inventories, the Subaru Service Center is commanded by a team of experts, handpicked for their knowledge, passion, and promise to treat every car as if it's their own. Capital Subaru of Greenville, off Memorial Drive or online at capitalsubaruofgreenville.com.
Overtime Tavern is the place to be for great food, cold drinks, and all your game day action with over 10 TVs. Swing in today and try a mouth-watering burger, glizzies, wings, or check out their daily specials featuring some of the best items on the menu. OT's has a weekly lineup of entertainment starting Tuesday with Singo, Wednesday is sports trivia with Clip Brock, and Thursday's local acoustic acts playing the tunes. OT's is located on Charles Boulevard across from the Sheets and is open daily from 11 a.m. to midnight. There's always time on the clock at Overtime Tavern.
This is Josh Aldridge, East Carolina football defensive coordinator, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show. Now with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
Well, I'm not Shirley Rhodes, but I'm going to do the best I can. We've got some action going on. Texas is finally picking up their offense. It is 20-3 for them as they take on UTEP. For me and Clip, Bowling Green and Liberty, still a 10-0 score there. Iowa State and Arkansas State, a 1-point game as the Red Wolves try to hold on in the fourth. Michigan State finally pulled away from Youngstown State. That final score is now 41-24. North Texas, some AAC action for you, 59-10 over Washington State. Georgia and Tennessee. Georgia just scored on their last play, 2 minutes and 32 left on the clock, 36-38. SMU pulled away from Missouri State, 28-10 final out west. North Carolina ran away with it against Richmond, 41-6. And the backyard brawl, 24-17. Pittsburgh currently has the ball late in the fourth. That is the Buck Scoreboard. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in land of Pirates and ENC. Full live bands every Friday and Saturday, and Sunday Football Fun Day is back with a jersey giveaway every NFL Sunday. Check out the Buck on socials for the up-to-date schedules, and we will see you at the Buck. Now, let's take it back in. Here's Clip.
All right, let me apologize to Nick and Avery. If they did what I just did, I would be upset. The games are on we got the Georgia game on 2 TVs here. They got the multi-box in there. Mine is way ahead of theirs, and I was celebrating a 2-point conversion, and you guys were interested in the play. I completely spoiled it for you, so I apologize. And I hope you accept my apology, because that really irritates me when TVs are off and I'm trying to watch a game. So I will not do that again. I promise you that. Speaking of not doing that again, Tom Brenneman on the call down in Miami, and they are getting back underway. So we got football going on in South Beach with Miami leading South Florida 14-3, and they're about to run their first play in seemingly an hour plus, 2 hours.
At least.
All right, let's head out to the Turner Home Team Live Line. Joining us, Brian North, WCTI 12. What's up, Brian?
I apologize because I've got the terrorists in the car with me, so this is going to be a really smooth interview.
We haven't had one of these in a while, Brian, so this is great. I love it. Brian and the kids on the live line tonight. Brian, boy, down goes Clemson, and they go down big because now they are 1-2 on the year in a year where they expected to be in the playoff and potentially playing for a national championship. And now you've got a long rest of September, October, November, and part of December to see what they can make out of this season.
Who's blaming Mike Houston yet? Is anybody Pirate?
We did have somebody on YouTube say it would be funny. I don't know about funny, but he said it'd be funny if Mike Houston was fired without getting a paycheck from Clemson.
Yeah, so. right. No, it's and I kind of have been rooting for the Dabo Sweeney situation because I like that they haven't embraced the portal. I'm just not a portal guy. I think there's long range issues with it, but Dabo tried to do it his way, and right now it's not working out this season, and that's unfortunate for him. He's run a great program, but the expectations they have there right now are just sky high, and when they're not meeting them, you're going to have a lot of upset Orange fans.
Other ACC action right now, backyard brawl, 24-17, Pitt with the lead over West Virginia. And Rich Rod might get it going like he did back in the day, Brian, but right now their offense is tough to watch. A couple of bad picks today. They scored 10 against Ohio. So the Rich Rod come back home experiment, again, still very early. I don't know if the game's passed him by because he was good at Jacksonville State, but they are struggling to move the ball there.
Yeah, he doesn't have the roster this year. He's going to have to rebuild that roster, and they may not win a game, or they may have 1 game, 2 games on the schedule. This is going to be a rough year, but this is the year he's got to reestablish the brand and get that portal open and start getting the players back in West Virginia they've had that they're not having here these last couple of years.
Great night slate, Brian, along with ECU Coastal. Before we get to that one, who do you like? Vandy in South Carolina. Lenore Sellers and the Gamecocks are at home tonight, so you know that place will be rocking. But yeah. Vandy just loves to win games as underdogs. They knocked off Virginia Tech last week. The huge wins they had a year ago, and they're looking for another one tonight.
I think they like playing on the road because it's more Rockets environment than they get at home a lot of times, right? It's like they embrace it or something.
Good point.
No, and this is, again, this is we talk about, Dave Doran and games he's supposed to win. South Carolina, games are supposed to win, and at home and a great opportunity. It just seems like these are the ones that the Gamecocks will come up short in every now and then. So I kind of like Vandy in this game, but, man, it is a fun environment on a Saturday night in Columbia when they get Space Odyssey rolling and Cocky is out there doing his thing. So fun environment, but somehow I just got a feeling Vandy's going to pull one out and send them all home disappointed.
From what I understand, it's a fun environment, nighttime in New Orleans, but not at Tulane games usually. But tonight will be a different case, Brian, because apparently saw my buddy Todd Graffinini said he's loving all the Tulane stuff he's seeing online about fans actually being excited about a football game. They got Duke coming in tonight, the old quarterback Mensah. Do you like Duke to bounce back or Tulane to get to 3-0 coming up tonight?
I see that Tulane's favored in the game, I believe, right?
By 1.5, yeah.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that, and Duke's got the players, but this is a dangerous game. I mean, I think Duke goes in and wins. I think Mensah's got something to prove too. He knows it's going to be a hostile environment, and so I do like Duke, but I'm not super confident in it. This is an opportunity of a lifetime for Tulane, but sometimes when we see this happen, you get a Power 5 come in, you get too excited, you're unable to execute. So I do like Duke in this game, but I'm not putting the mortgage on this.
All right, Brian North joining us, Turner Home Team Live Line. Let's talk Pirates and Chanticleers. This one different than the bowl game. I went back and looked at that box score earlier. Holton Naylor's 300 yards, 5 touchdowns. Grayson McCall knocked out of that game early, so he didn't kind of get the fun up and down game we were looking for. We got a Pirate blowout instead. And, boy, Coastal has fallen on hard times since then, Brian. They struggle to move the ball, period, and not turn the ball over here in the first 2 weeks. Will they get a shot in the arm with a different quarterback tonight, or will this Pirate defense continue to impress? What kind of game are you expecting tonight?
Yeah, I'm expecting that. You just never know sometimes when you're rotating quarterbacks and you get a guy who's got a hot hand and at home and with nothing to lose. But look, this Pirate defense has looked good. If they can get off to just a hot start and make the Chanticleers doubt themselves offensively just a little bit, I like them in this one. But if Coastal's able to get a good start with their quarterback, Tad, getting the start, if they're able to get a hot start with him, well, then we got a whole different ballgame. I really think the beginning of this game is going to be huge for setting the tone on how the whole thing's going to play out the rest of the night.
And, Brian, what kind of calls will we get regarding the run game on the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show? Will fans be saying, there it is, there's the smash mouth, or will they be saying, uh-oh, another game where we didn't really look good? I think that's going to be a focus tonight.
Pirate fans will always find a way to complain about something. So, yes, they will complain. Whether the run game goes well, it means the passing game wasn't doing. There will be something that they will spin on that. But the run game has got an opportunity, but this offense is predicated on the pass with Caden Hauser right now. Everything comes off that. You spread it so you can run. And, look, they have talent at the running back position now, so it's just a matter of time before they're starting to get chunks of yards and that, when they start defending more in the pass and have more people in the secondary.
Brian, we've gone a good 12, 13 minutes. I thought we had a pretty good chat, but somehow your daughter spoke more than we did on this segment. So,
a conversation in the back seat.
It is quite. I don't know what's being said, but it sounds pretty animated. Although it doesn't sound like a fight, so that's a good thing. So let's keep it.
Well, give it a second. It's probably. What are you guys talking about? What are you talking about? Nothing. Oh, see there, it's already started.
That's how to shut them down.
Yeah, right. Hey, who do you guys think's going to win? Pirates or Chanticleers?
Pirates. You got a shirt like that.
All right.
Okay. What about you, Peg?
Pirates all around. Good stuff. North, Jamie said on the YouTube chat, Brian North, Dad of the Year every year. So keep up that streak and have a good night, and we'll talk to you later, man.
It sounds good, Clipper. I hope I can enjoy the game. You guys are going to bed right now. See you guys.
There is Brian North, live from the car with the chattiest of Kathys, his two daughters in the back seat, just yapping away. That was I heard them in the background the entire time. I don't know what they were talking about, but it was one heck of a conversation. All right, update. Volunteers, 1 minute left to go, driving. They got the ball at the 42-yard line. Oh, I realize I'm giving spoilers to you guys again, but now I'm doing it for the listeners' purpose. Pass is going to be incomplete. So it's going to be 3rd and 4, 48 seconds. Tennessee needs about 8 to 10 yards to feel pretty good about a field goal. So it is, nail-biting time. Try to keep it here for this third down play. South Florida, oh no, that was quick. They kicked a field goal and give up a touchdown. It is 21-6, Miami over South Florida in South Beach. Tennessee, Georgia, 38 all, 48 seconds left to go. Both teams have all their timeouts. Here is Tennessee. They're going to run the ball, and they are going to get the first down, and that is a big one to the 35-yard line. And now does Georgia call timeouts, or does it even matter now? I don't know what you do if you're Georgia. I guess you just let it play out at this point. Tennessee's moving hurry-up offense. They're going to snap it and probably just run it and set up a field goal. So 34, 33. Let's see if they snap it again.
You think they'll pull a Georgia Tech?
I mean, I would at least keep trying to run the ball and get closer. You got all your timeouts. Now Georgia's going to call a timeout.
I don't like that. Come on, Kirby. You got to be smarter than that. You're going to call it.
Hold on. Were you just setting up a joke, or are you being serious?
No, I was kind of setting up a joke.
I don't think you were.
No, I actually was kind of setting up a joke. But no, I just don't. I don't know. It's a personal pet peeve of mine when a coach waits 5 seconds before they're like, all right, timeout. If you want to call a timeout, why didn't you just call it as soon as the play ends? Just call it.
All right. Well, Georgia calls a timeout. It is 2nd and 7, 34 seconds left. Let's take a break and see if we can get back in time for the end of this game, and we'll make our fantasy picks, and we will say goodbye and hello to the kickoff of ECU Coastal Carolina. Back with you, Hour 4 Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Jeff Stein here at Brown & Wood Buick GMC, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty. For Cadillac, we got the XT5, plenty in stock, $5,000 off. For Mazda, we have the Mazda 3, 2.9%, the CX-70, $440 a month lease special, the CX-50, $339 a month with only $29.95 down. We've also got Tom Brown's favorite tagline, 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 rooftops, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This is proud ECU alumni David Price of David Price Construction. As a leading general contracting firm, we specialize in commercial construction and renovation. Whether it's updating your office space, renovating your restaurant, or building a new retail store, our team at David Price Construction is ready to assist. We are committed to delivering quality, value, and customer satisfaction across all of our projects. So give us a call at 919-820-3612 or find us online at davidpriceconstruction.com. Go Pirates!
The stifling heat of summer, the bitter cold of winter. What do they have in common? The extreme temperatures of both force your home's heating and cooling system to work overtime to keep you comfortable. And that can cost you a lot of money. Fortunately, your neighbors at Greenville Utilities have several ways you can save energy. And that means saving you money on your utility bills. Just go to GUC.com and look for ways to save. That's GUC.com.
One of the biggest advantages of working with a local insurance agency like Flatlands Jessup is our independence. Unlike the cavemen and khaki wearers at national agencies, we shop multiple insurance carriers under one roof to save you time and truly find the best coverage for you. We don't charge a consulting fee. You can get help from the local award-winning team without paying a penny more than you would if you enrolled yourself. Convenience, cost savings, customer service, that's a win. Flatlands Jessup, your whole world covered.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates.
Yeah. Get your game faces on, Pirates. It's Lindsey Gray with Carolina Caliber. It's time to blast the cannons in the stands and the fields, if you know what I mean. We're flying into Duff season with shotguns galore and shells for days. Don't miss out on Beretta's rebates on 17 different models of long guns and handguns. Get up to $350 back. Get ready for hunting season with the best deals around and the largest selection of firearms and accessories in Eastern NC. Shop online or stop by Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville. It's a time-honored tradition.
At Langley Contracting, we're superior roofing specialists. Whether it's a new roof or repairing your old one, we've got you covered. And best of all, we handle your insurance claims. We are locally owned right here in Eastern Carolina. We are licensed and insured and have a 25-year roof warranty. We can handle your gutter installation too, so everything is seamless. Call or visit us online at 214roof.com for your free estimate today.
Langley Contracting, your superior roofing specialist.
Eastern North Carolina, it's your guy, Roger Harris. I train to be the best on the field, but even more, it's about being my best for them. I know my joints won't heal on their own. Arthritis, it's coming, unless I stop it. Prevention beats pain. QC Kinetics use your body's own power to heal, rebuild, and restore. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. Don't wait until pain sidelines you from the game of life. QC Kinetics, regenerative medicine, real results. Call now to schedule your free consultation. 252-645-6458.
This is Carson Wissenhunt, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
And welcome back in. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter on game days. plus all the Pirate Radio podcasts like the Holton Naylor Show, the Danny Beal Show, and the Parker Bird Show. Just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and subscribe and like today. Now, let's take it back in. Here's Clip.
All right, Avery Jackson, if y'all want to come in here, you can.
We're on our way.
Nick's in here. We've got... Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I'm so interested. I want to see how this ends up.
Watching the end of Tennessee and Georgia. So are they... Yeah, they're going to run another play and call a timeout.
I like that.
So there are 7 seconds left. We got all the fellas in here now. 38-38, Joey Aguilar on the field with 7 seconds. So Tennessee still has all their timeouts. Nick, what are you pointing at?
West Virginia has 2nd and goal with 14 seconds left.
And they
got it.
Score a touchdown.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Go for two. Go
wait,
for two. Go for two.
There's a flag in the Tennessee game. False start. Ooh. Okay, back them up a little bit.
That's one of those.
That might be bad.
If the clock was running, do you get a runoff, or is that only in the NFL?
So that's only in the NFL. So
sure? Are you sure? Sometimes you say things with confidence that you don't know.
No, I'm being serious. So they take the 5-yard penalty and then they have to replay the down. The clock will go back.
Dude, I know what a false start is.
Well, I'm just explaining it in college terms. You asked if it was what it is in college terms.
I asked if there was a runoff if the clock's moving. I know what a false start is. This was a mistake. I don't know why I have you guys in here.
Let's just watch the kick.
Why don't I just cut your mics off? All right.
He was the only one that did it.
Avery, look, you're a team. If one guy screws up, we got to punish the whole class. All right. Does anybody think he's going to miss it?
I'm putting my hand up here.
He's missed? I think he's going to miss. That's longer than I thought. 42?
43.
Kick is up. Jackson, shut up.
He missed.
And he just missed it by 100 yards. It was not even close. We're going to overtime.
Come on, Vols.
West Virginia took the extra point, so we're going OT there probably.
No way Alex Harper answers his phone, would he?
Let's find out.
He's probably looking at something right now, so maybe he'll see that I'm calling him. That would be awesome to get him on.
Your call has been.
That sucks. All right, fellas, while you're here, let's do something constructive and get our fantasy picks in.
All
right. Avery, since you are the... Oh, my God, he's calling.
Oh wait.
Alex!
I cannot hear you.
All right.
This building is as loud as I have ever heard it.
I don't want him to cuss. Don't cuss.
I will talk to you soon.
I will talk to you soon.
And go Pirates. Go Pirates.
Alex Harper live from the stadium in Morgantown. I was so scared he was going to cuss there. That was awesome. That's a great call. All right, Avery, what Pirate will go off today?
Chandler picked Brock Spalding, right?
Chandler's not in this, so you can pick him.
I'll go Brock Spalding.
Good pick.
Brock Spalding. Nick, who is your pick?
You're allowed to
click.
You're allowed to pick defensive players, right?
Yes. Tackles are worth a point. Forced fumble, recovery.
I'm gonna go Damian Wilson.
Oh. Okay. I like that.
Jackman.
Do I stick with old reliable? I mean, he won me the first time I did it. Might as well. Give me Anthony Smith, the Ant-Man.
Okay. Marlon Gun has found the end zone 2 times in 2 weeks. I'm going to say he gets another one today. Give me Marlon Gun. We got Bowling Green points, a field goal. And then they tried to kick an onside kick. And if my score app is right, Liberty recovers at the 50-yard line.
Well, that whole game has been an entire mess for everybody. Like ESPN was behind on like 4 or 5 different calls. CBS was behind on 4 or 5 different calls. Like for a while, it said that it was in the 2-minute warning, but there was still 3 minutes left on the clock. Like it was just chaos.
Total chaos. That's why we call it Maction. All right, fellas, thank you. Go man your station so we can leave.
Aye.
Appreciate y'all coming in and watching that missed field goal. That was exciting.
Great. Got to do it more.
All right. Thank you to all the awesome sponsors of the Bud Light pregame tailgate, including Bud Light, 5th Street Hardware with the awesome pregame food. We had scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. We did our Caroline Cook Pirates in the Pros report. We told you about our Celsius 5th quarter recap upcoming on social media this weekend. We checked in a lot with the Chili Water Chat Gang. Great performance by the Chili Water Chat Gang today. Appreciate all you guys for making the show fun. Also, I should mention National Finance Company. If you need cash fast, National Finance Company is here to help. For over 50 years, National Finance Company has been the small loan specialist with loans from $1,000 to $5,000, low payments to meet your budget. For extra cash, visit nfcmoney.com. National Finance, proud supporter of ECU Athletics. We had our New Blue Pirate report several times. We had our Orthopedics East injury report several times. We did our Papa John's Pirate preview with Brian Bailey. We went out to the Turner Home Team live line, had a lot of numbers on the UBE stat sheet, pirateware.com, the website for UBE. And also earlier in the show, went inside the United Bank Coaches Corner, member FDIC, bankwithunited.com. All right, Jackman, Avery, Nick, Shirley, appreciate y'all. We will see you after the game on the U.S. Cellular 5th quarter call-in show. For the crew, I am Clip Brock. Go Pirates.
You've been listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular